Good morning. I'll start by asking the hearing team to please elevate the court reporter. And good morning to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Yes, I am.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning. It is August 24th, 2026. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. The audio and video are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding, and the YouTube recording is also available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen is with us today and will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of slides. If you are a witness, you may ask Ms. Mullen to advance your slides during your presentation, and cross-examiners may address Ms. Mullen directly to bring up particular exhibits as you need them. We will follow our usual practice of taking breaks and having a hard stop today at 5 p.m. Where we left off on Friday, which feels like just yesterday, is that we were in the middle of cross-examination, or well along, but in cross-examination of our second panel of witnesses. Mr. Reese was in the process of cross-examining and I believe has more questions for that panel. And then we have a few other cross-examiners for that panel, and then moving on. I am aware of the revised schedule that came in from DWR on Friday, reflecting that we didn't get through the modeling. It's not really the modeling panel, but we shorthand are calling it that, the modeling panel, and attempting to adjust our time accordingly so that we can get through all of these witnesses. And I think that the new schedule reflects our use of the afternoon of September 2nd, which will be noticed as a hearing day. We haven't gotten that notice out, but will be coming out shortly. And I think at this point we'll probably be utilizing that given our timing. I think first this morning I wanted to look to see if there are any concerns about the schedule, just to make sure we all know where we're going and we can, all of you and DWR can inform witnesses when to be ready. And then we will go ahead and pick up with cross-exam by Mr. Reese. So with that, I will go ahead and look to those who would like to address the schedule or other issues. I see. Let's go ahead and elevate Ms. Carroll and also Ms. Desjardins. Good morning, Ms. Carroll. You're welcome to make your appearance, and if you have any comments on the schedule or anything else, please.
Hearing Officer Kinsey and Carol for the Department of Water Resources. We did receive Ms. Desjardins' objection to the splitting of her time. We are fine with her having an hour and a half for Mr. Schwartz and a half an hour for Mr. Singh. That was not an intentional slight towards Ms. Desjardins in the scheduling.
I assumed as much. Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, I just wanted to correct it in a timely way. I did raise it twice by a writing, so and orally again this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins, and good morning. Is there anyone else who would like to chime in on the schedule before we get started? And I also will look to the hearing team to please elevate our witnesses. We might as well get that started. And Ms. Morris. Good morning, Ms. Morris. You're welcome to make your appearance.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris for the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. Good morning. And let's please also elevate Mr. Reese, who I assume will be picking up where he left off and going first this morning. And to our witnesses, if you would please feel free to come on camera and off mute, and we'll say good morning and just check our microphone. Good morning, Mr. Singh.
Good morning.
Good
Can you hear me?
morning.
Yeah.
Yes. And good morning, Mr. Fitzhugh.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Mr. Reese, I see you're here. You're welcome to make your appearance.
Thank you. Good morning, Dean Reese for the STWA parties. Good morning to everybody. I started with some questions on Friday afternoon. Didn't get real far, but I've tried to eliminate some over the weekend. So hopefully we're at an hour or so.
Great, thank you. And I
bad.
will say good morning to Dr. Tulovich. It's
Good
testimony.
morning.
We can hear you. Excellent. Then I think we have our parties here today. And I know we have DWR. All right, then I think with that, Mr. Reese, I will hand things over to you.
Okay. So as I said, I've been able to consult with my experts over the weekend, and they've explained to me basically what a histopline is. I'm not sure I still fully understand it, so I may have a question or two at the end for Mr. Singh or Dr. Tilovich on this topic, but we'll see. I also want to note for the hearing officer that Mr. Singh's surrebuttal testimony specifically compares CalSim 3's operational logic, a monthly model, to Mr. Wilson's daily analysis. So my questions regarding the mechanics of how the monthly values within CalSim 3 are turned into daily values, I think are appropriate for surrebuttal, and that's kind of why I'm focused on them for a few minutes here. Staying focused on CalSim 3's operational logic, as defined by Mr. Singh, specifically in DWR 142, paragraph 132. For now, let's just exclude any smoothing or disaggregation of CalSim 3 output for use by DSM2. And I also, Mr. Singh, I want you to sort of recall your testimony from Friday indicating that DCP can be turned on and off within a 24-hour period, is I believe what you said, and from my review of the transcript, that's what it indicated. So within the CalSim 3 logic only, are there daily average DCP NDI diversions assumed? Are the daily average DCP NDI diversions assumed to be constant throughout the month, or are they varied?
You said within CalSim?
Yes, sir. Within the CalSim 3 logic.
They varied by the day.
And they're varied by the day on any given day, and that's one specific pattern for that day. Is that correct?
I just want to clarify. I thought you were asking day to day. Are you talking within a day?
Either one.
Well, I already answered there's day to day is changing. We talked about on Friday, but CalSim is a monthly model, and it is making operational decisions on a monthly time step. But there is, at least for DCP diversions, there is a daily analysis that looks at flows coming in daily and allowable diversions that could happen under those flows, because all the criteria is based on free port flows.
Okay. In CalSim 3's logic, only considers one daily pattern. It's my understanding, you correct me if I'm wrong, that CalSim 3's logic only considers one daily pattern of NDI diversions when it makes its calculations for each monthly time step. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that? Just to
Sure.
clarify, I'm not sure if I'm understanding your question.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah.
CalSim 3's logic only considers one daily pattern of NDI diversions when it makes its calculations for each monthly time step. Is that correct?
When you say daily pattern, can you expand on that?
Well, a daily pattern in terms of what is how the operators are going to operate for the day in terms of diversions into the NDI. And I'm sorry, NDI, I'm talking about North Delta intakes, and you understand that, right?
Yes. So again, calcium, there is no sub-daily operations within calcium, right? So calcium is a monthly model, but like I mentioned before, the decisions in terms of DCP allowable diversions are, based on daily flows, and that is translated into a monthly output at the end of the month. So, but within sub-daily, calcium is not the tool. It is the DSM-2, where we take the monthly and daily data from calcium and then looking at other sub-daily criteria that DSM-2 applies.
Right, I understand that. Thank you for that. In terms of calcium 3's logic, though, what does it assume for a daily pattern? I mean, it's a single daily pattern for a day that calcium 3's logic assumes?
Yeah, for DCP diversions, it is based on a daily flow, allowable diversions for that day. So, and then that is aggregated for the whole month within calcium.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I was trying to get clarification on the daily flow for the day itself.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Let's look at your paragraph 133. And I'm looking at which is on page 60, and that's lines 18 to 20. And you say,
I'm sorry, Mr.
Sorry.
Reese. Shall we pull that up? I think is that 142R?
I'm sorry. Yes, it is 142R. You can pull it up, or I've got about four lines from it to quote from. So either way, whatever you prefer.
We can please pull it up, Ms. Mullen. Thank you. And will you just remind us of the page number?
Yes, it is on page 60.
Thank you. We're here. Ms.
Okay.
Mullen's fast.
All right,
Thank you.
Mr. Singh, looking at lines 18 to 20, you state DWR's calcium modeling represents appropriate estimate of how balanced condition operations would actually be managed under the full operational framework, not just the minimum constraints imposed by the DCP, ITP bypass flows, and the EI ratio. With regard to that, did you track in a report as evidence in this proceeding the average monthly diversion rate at the North Delta intakes for only balanced condition operations as modeled in the numerous calcium 3 scenarios prepared for this proceeding?
Did I document and report balanced conditions operations? Yeah.
Yes.
So calcium like is a 100-year model, right? So, and then it's a monthly model, and within monthly models, you have for any given year, in 100 years, any given year, you have times when you have access conditions, you have times when you have balance conditions. So the modeling does capture periods when we have balance conditions and how, DCP would be operated based on our operations plan and the criteria in DCP ITP, and how, in balance conditions, the shifting will happen if there's a carriage water savings. And all that is documented in terms of output of the model, by month. And it's been, in the record for every analysis or every scenario that we have done with DCP.
Okay. So is it fair to say that your testimony is that an analysis of only balanced condition operations is embedded within the model, the overall modeling you've done here for this project?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And is there any separate output or separate report that considers or demonstrates just the balanced condition operations modeling?
So we have presented data. When you say information, what kind of information are you referring to?
Well, I would just, if I wanted to find just, model runs, model outputs that just track or would demonstrate average monthly diversion rate, an average monthly diversion rate at the NDI intakes only during balanced condition operations. Is that something that's distinct that is a distinct output or model run that we would find?
So the outputs that we have are by month, and if you just use that as a general trend in terms of what months we see balanced conditions, or what months you see weather flows or excess conditions. So we have presented data by month in terms of water supply, storages, and also project effects. But all the information is in the modeling output files.
Okay, all the information concerning balanced condition operations.
Yeah, and we have presented mostly all results using the appropriate exceedance plots that covers the whole range of hydrologies. We have divided by month. For example, my survey model has some water level ECs by month, so you can look at the changes by month, and you can look at the whole range. So there's plenty of information in the record, including the analysis and the output files, that if somebody wants to even dig further down and break it up, all that is available.
Okay, and I'm not trying to take you on I'm trying to beat this up, but if I wanted to find the balanced condition analysis, the balanced condition modeling, is there a specific way to find that? Is there a specific file or sub file that's for balanced conditions?
Maybe Mr. Fitzy, if he wants to add in, but
sure.
Just tying it back to Mr. Wilson's testimony, for example, he's adding, July, August, September, what he's calling his balanced conditions operations. And we have modeling information for those months for every scenario we have done.
I'm sorry, say that last part. You have balanced conditions for every scenario you've done, you said?
No, I'm saying is that going back to tying it to Mr. Wilson's testimony, the analysis that he did for 2 years, 2 water years, 2018 and 24, he looked at balanced conditions operations and focusing on July, August, September. And what I'm saying is that all our modeling outputs and most of the information that we have presented breaking down by months includes those months.
Okay. And did
Can I just add something?
Sure.
You were asking about model output. So the way the model works is the diversions at the North Delta are split into categories. There is a specific output variable which represents the diversions that were occurring during the balance conditions, which is the shifting operation.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. All right. I want to move down to paragraph 132, or we're probably still in it. Still page 60, lines 1 to 3 and 8 to 9. Mr. Singh, you say Mr. Wilson himself identifies the actual explanation. He states in SDWA 80R paragraph 30 that the significant limiting factor would be how the SWP operators choose to meet the D1641 objectives with real-time shifting decisions based primarily on salinity conditions at Jersey Point and Edmonton. Question is compliance with the salinity objectives at Jersey Point and Edmonton determined based on a 14-day running average of daily EC?
That is correct.
Okay. Now let's just consider, a balanced condition operation of the DCP, where any diversion at the North Delta intakes would be accompanied by an equal reduction in diversions at Clifton Court Forebay. And also recalling your testimony on Friday indicating that the DCP may be operated on a sub-daily basis. And let's also assume that we are in the time of the year when the Edmonton objectives are in effect, okay? Is initiating or increasing NDI diversions likely to result in at least some increase in EC at Edmonton?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
Well, I think I provided what I was assuming.
I'll allow the question. If you need to caveat it, Mr. Singh, of course, just let us know.
So it was a pretty long question. Can you just break it up or repeat it one more time?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah.
I guess it's a scenario, or it might be called a hypothetical, if you will. But so let's just consider we're talking about balanced condition operation of the DCP, where any diversion at the North Delta intakes is accompanied by an equal reduction in diversions at Clifton Court Forebay. Okay. And let's assume that we're in a time of year where Edmonton objective is in effect. The Edmonton objective is in effect. Okay, that's basically it. Would initiating or increasing NDI diversions likely result in at least some increase in EC at Edmonton?
I mean, it could, but that's the whole point of my rebuttal topic here, is that when calcium is making those decisions to shift, it takes into account D1641 requirements that are implemented in calcium on a monthly time step to meet those requirements, and making sure whatever shifting is happening, we take into account not just the allowable diversions, but also what the criteria we're trying to meet. While, Mr. Wilson's analysis, when he's shifting, he's not looking at compliance with D1641.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I think you're saying, and looking at everything, what you have to abide by and follow, that's the whole point of your analysis. But it is possible that could be at least some increase in EC at Edmonton, though. Is that a fair assessment of what you said?
Yeah, so we have done analysis for all the scenarios with DCP. When this shifting is happening, when we're operating DCP according to our operations plan and proposed operations, what the effects are in terms of changes in salinity, including Edmonton. So we have presented that data. Dr. Priest has multiple water quality reports that shows changes at Edmonton with DCP. And we've also looked at, D1641 requirement, 14-day requirement at Edmonton with and without project, showing that incremental changes with the project are minimal. So all that information based on the modeling has been presented.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, is it possible that the operators could choose to operate the North Delta intakes in real time to their maximum capacity, say 2 to 5 days, maybe 2 to 5 days, until the daily EC at Edmonton exceeds the objective, then reduce the NDI diversions to 0, thereby reducing daily EC at Edmonton, so that the 14-day running average stays below the objective?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation, incomplete hypothetical.
Mr. Reese, will you try the question again, please?
Yeah, so the question is it possible in your mind, or even plausible, that the operators could operate the NDI intakes in real time to their maximum capacity for, say, 5 days, up until the point the daily EC at Edmonton exceeds the objective, then reduce the diversions into the NDI to 0, such that it would reduce the daily EC at Edmonton to below the 14-day running average?
Also beyond the scope of this rebuttal testimony.
I don't think it's,
I'm going to I'll allow the question to the extent it can be answered. I don't know, Mr. Singh, I'll look to you as the expert on this, whether you can answer that.
And can we clarify maximum capacity? Because in balanced conditions in a shifting operation, are you suggesting that the North Delta intakes would be fully running? I mean, that is very speculative and unclear and seems important to your incomplete hypothetical.
thank you for the commentary. I'm saying maximum capacity, whatever the maximum capacity is, it is in his understanding of it.
Objection. Lacks foundation, vague and ambiguous.
So, but maybe if I can, you mean maximum, Mr. Reese, do you mean maximum capacity that would be allowed by the operating rules?
Yes,
Okay. Not necessarily the maximum capacity of the infrastructure.
right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Singh. If you need more clarity, please I think it's an important question, but I realize it's complicated.
Well, I'm not going to speculate what, first of all, why would operators operate so that it exceeds standards? That's not how they typically manage, say, a water project. But in terms of what I can talk is, CalSim is mimicking how operators would operate, say, a water project. And obviously, it is a monthly time step, and real-time decisions are being made on a daily basis. But all the decisions in terms of shifting, when to shift, how much to shift, they're not arbitrary. They are based on some rules in the model, looking at EC conditions in the delta, and when it's advantageous to move that water to save some carriage waters without exceeding any standards. That is what calcium is trying to do, and that's what operators will do. So they're not just going to arbitrarily increase exports to maximum capacity just, to see how EC reacts at Edmonton. There is a logic behind it, when to do it, and model is exactly trying to mimic on a monthly time step how a project would be operated. And the shifting that is there, follows that logic, looking at EC at Edmonton, making sure it is under compliance, and then also, looking at other locations, Jersey Point. But Mr. Wilson's, where he just maximizes diversions, his analysis, spreadsheet analysis, does not do that. And that's exactly what I'm pointing out, according to his own testimony. That is a drawback and is an incorrect analysis.
But I understand that you're indicating operators not just going to see how much they can maximize or go up to the maximum level. I'm saying, could it be operated, though, within the rules such that it's the maximum allowable for, say, 2 to 5 days could be utilized and then back off to 0 for a few days, so you're still within the 14-day running average? Wouldn't that be, that wouldn't be outside of the rules, as you say, would it?
I'm not going to speculate on that. My understanding is the modeling is mimicking how typically, project will be operated, state water project operators, and the model is trying to mimic that. So, using some hypothetical, they might do that. I'm not sure how to respond to that.
Well, it wouldn't be outside of the rules to, quote, maximize diversions for several days through something that might be even called a pulse flow, or just to maximize diversions and then to back off the diversions all the way down to 0. If overall you're under the 14-day running average, that wouldn't be outside of the rules, though, is what I'm trying to ask you.
Objection. Asked and answered.
I didn't get an answer to it.
Well, I have for clarity, Mr. Reese, are you asking Mr. Singh whether operators would operate this way or whether the model captures
Well, I'm
that?
asking if in real-time operations, if operating in that manner, sort of a high peak and then nothing, that stays within the 14-day running average, that wouldn't be outside of the allowable operations.
And Hearing Officer Kinsey, the witness did answer that, and he said he cannot speculate or answer as to what the operators would do. And his testimony is about the modeling, and he answered what the modeling does and how it mimics.
That's what, yes, that's what I was getting at. So I think, Mr. Reese, this is not a question for Mr. Singh.
Okay, just,
The
I was just
operations
asking if
plan.
if you understood that to be allowable, and not whether or not they would do it, but anyway, all right. I'd like to look at paragraph 142, your testimony, Mr. Singh. Let me find it. I'm sorry. It's Exhibit 142, paragraph 133. Paragraph 133, lines, page 60. You say, therefore, in my opinion, there is no need for additional permit conditions as Mr. Wilson opines. What specifically are you referring to there?
That somehow the DCP modeling that has been done, or there could be more DCP diversions, similar to what Mr. Wilson's analysis has shown. That even under the criteria, he thinks that there could be more DCP or balanced condition operations could have more diversions than what we have in the model.
Okay. And sort of on the same topic, I think you might have answered this, but could you identify the months that the Edmonton and Jersey Point water quality objectives are effective for?
So those are from April to middle of August.
Okay. So would you agree that the Edmonton, then based on that the Edmonton and Jersey Point objectives would not control potential DCP balance condition operations from August 16th through October 31st?
So there are other criteria. There is rock slew requirement that's throughout the year, and there's other requirements that will come into play. But in terms of D1641 requirements for those, they end August 15th.
So the answer is fair. The answer is yes.
That's
Yes.
an answer.
Thank you for the yes. And was the time period from August 16th through August 31st included in Mr. Wilson's analysis?
Yes.
And you identify salinity conditions at Edmonton and Jersey Point as the primary basis for real-time shifting decisions. Is that correct?
That is, yeah. The shifting is looking at salinity at those two stations, and there could be other stations too. But in terms of Edmonton, EC, and Jersey Point, those are key locations.
Okay.
And Roxley.
Thank you. And so for the majority of Mr. Wilson's analysis, the objectives you cite as the primary basis for real-time shifting operations aren't in effect then, correct?
When you say majority, and I don't think it's majority.
You don't think it's the majority?
Yeah, I mean, July, middle of August. So looks like it's half of the period. But again, he's not looking at any other, even say rock slew requirements. He's not looking at that. So it's doing that analysis outside CalSim, just looking at a couple of just DCP bypass criteria and EI ratio is just not appropriate. When calcium, with years of development, looking at the whole regulatory requirements, not only DCP, D1641, the long-term operations requirement. So there's a lot of requirements and coding that's in calcium that the simple spreadsheet analysis just can't capture.
Mr. Wilson's analysis also considered August to October, didn't it?
August to October. I'm trying to recall. It is mostly the summer period.
So you don't recall if it included August to October?
I have to go back. I don't know if it was end of September or also included October.
Okay. Let's see. I have a couple of questions here for Mr. Fitzhugh, and then I'll have a few more questions on some different topics for Mr. Singh. So sorry for the jumping around, but there's different segments of rebuttal testimony. Mr. Fitzhugh, you provided some information, some testimony about modeling artifacts in your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And I think there was some testimony on this Friday that I didn't see, so I'm going to keep this brief. But is a model, in your opinion, is a modeling artifact a significant error by the model, or is it something else?
It's unrealistic operation, so I think you would consider it to be an error.
Okay.
Those are very, very infrequent though, but they do happen.
Right. And I remember in your previous testimony or rebuttal testimony, there was a couple of us had various questions about documentation of artifacts and where we might find that. And I believe it was fair to characterize it at that time. You were saying that it's just something that you as experienced modelers recognize, and there wasn't any documentation of those, because I know I specifically was asking for where I might find, documentation of artifacts. But now you've provided a few specific examples. How did you, what changed from your previous testimony indicating there wasn't documentation of those until now?
Well, I was asked to provide for this hearing a detailed description of modeling artifacts so I basically provided more documentation for this one particular pair of models.
Okay, and you didn't have that information when you testified in your rebuttal case, in the rebuttal part of the proceeding, right?
No, I definitely didn't have all those details. I mean, I had looked at that model and know that some of those things are in there, but I certainly didn't have, they were specifically asking about written documentation that was available. And I told them that I had analyzed that information in my notes. When I review models, I keep track of these things. So when I certainly had those things around, but I didn't have the detailed documentation that was being asked about at that point available then.
Okay. So with regard to what you did for your rebuttal testimony here, you identify 3 months, as I understand it, 3 months of a specific model scenario, which you identify as modeling artifacts. Did you analyze any of the other monthly time steps in that specific calcium 3 scenario to determine if there were more than 3 significant errors within that scenario?
Objection to the leading sentence that mischaracterizes the witness's testimony, but not to the question itself.
Noted. Let's just stick to the question then. Please, Mr. Fitzhugh.
I do state in my memo that those are the only 3 of those types of modeling artifacts that I found, I believe. And that's, so there's only 3 in that pair of models.
Okay. Did you analyze all the monthly results for any other CalSim 3 scenario presented? For example, the 2043 CC95 scenarios in this proceeding to determine if there were any other modeling artifacts in these modeled results?
I have looked at the 2043 CC50. I don't have the detailed documentation, but I have reviewed that.
Okay. You said the CC50?
Yep.
And what about the CC95?
I've looked at other models. I mean, when I do review, like I don't keep in my notes, I probably do have notes about specific months with modeling artifacts, but I'm not going to sit here and say I have an exact list of everything in every model that we've shown, but I have definitely reviewed models and looked at results, and just to confirm that those artifacts are very infrequent and are not biasing the results.
Okay. But you were asked as part of your what you were asked, but as part of your testimony here, you specifically looked at the model scenario for the one in which you found the 3 artifacts, correct?
Yes, that's right.
But as far as all the other modeling results, were you asked to look at all of those, or you're just indicating that you've been through those and haven't necessarily seen anything that's worthy of specific reporting? Is that what you're stating?
No.
Objection, misstates testimony.
I think Mr. Fitzhugh, you were ready to clarify, so please.
I'm not saying there are no modeling artifacts in the other studies.
Okay. As part of this proceeding, you mean? The other studies related to this proceeding?
Right. But I have reviewed them, and I'm sure that they're very infrequent. So the way I characterize them generally as in terms of how they affect the results would be the same in the other studies.
In the 3 months that you identify as modeling artifacts, January 1960, I believe February 1960, 1976, and January of 1987, you note large differences in outflow required by the CalSim 3 ANN associated with small differences in the previous month's conditions. Is that correct?
Sorry, say that again.
Sure. In the sorry, probably a difficult question, my fault. But in the 3 months you identified as the modeling artifacts, it's my understanding you note large differences in outflow required by the CalSim 3 ANN associated with small differences in the previous month's conditions. Is that a correct assessment?
I don't know if associated means a linkage, but there were very minor differences in prior months' conditions, and then those months I highlighted had very big differences in that outflow requirement.
And that's why you noted those 3?
Yes.
Did you, and I got to this somewhat previously, but just to be clear, did you go through the model results to see if there were any other months where the CalSim 3 ANN produced similar outflow requirements, yet there were large differences in previous months' conditions?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to which model results. Are we talking just about the model results in the tech report?
No, any of the other modeling done for this project.
Also asked and answered then.
Specifically with regard to the CalSim 3 ANN, where it would have produced or where it could have produced similar outflow requirements, yet there were large differences in the previous month's conditions. That's what I'm asking.
Please, Mr. Fitzhugh.
I would say that for the purpose of this, I was reviewing to look for these unrealistic operations. So I was focusing on these situations where the outflow requirement changed a lot and there wasn't much difference in the prior months.
All right, thank you. Some questions now back for Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh, I've got some questions for you with regard to your testimony related to Mr. Burke's testimony. So looking at page 48 of your testimony, line 20, you say that, would you like it pulled up or would you like me just to read it?
I think it's on the screen. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You say Mr. Burke thus himself acknowledges that statistical averaging is appropriate for water supply models spanning multiple years, and having agreed on cross-examination that calcium 3 is precisely that type of model, his opinion that statistical averaging is inappropriate for the DCP is self-contradicting. My question is, would you agree that a fair characterization of Mr. Burke's testimony throughout this proceeding and in his rebuttal testimony is that long-term monthly averaging could be appropriate for long-term water supply planning, but that approach, in his view, masks and smooths out impacts that may occur over a sub-monthly basis?
Objection. Calls for speculation as to the characterization of Mr. Burke's testimony.
I'm asking him if that's his understanding, that's a fair if that's consistent with his understanding of Mr. Burke's testimony.
I think I'll allow that question, which articulates clarifies Mr. Singh's response to that testimony. So please, Mr. Singh.
Yeah, those lines that you're referring to in his testimony, Mr. Burke states that I was overly influenced by statistical averaging, which is common in water supply modeling, and that's what calcium 3 is. And models that we use, the monthly time step model, and models that we use, downstream of that, when we're doing this analysis, and throughout, Mr. Burke has presented, month by month or even day-to-day comparisons. Those are inappropriate, in my opinion, but that's what Mr. Burke's position has been, that somehow DWR's representation of results is masking through long-term averages, which he keeps using that. But a lot of our analysis is exceedance plots where there is no averaging. But his statements seem to be that DWR has just presented, averages, and that's masking results. And so that's, in general, I would agree that that's been his statement. But in terms of what I'm in this particular paragraph, my rebuttal, I'm just addressing that, he does state, or he did agree, that it's a water supply model. That's the base. And when we're looking at some results, statistical averaging is appropriate. And that is not the only information that we have presented.
Thank you for that. So then, I just want to clarify then, you're saying in your testimony that Mr. Burke has acknowledged that long-term statistical averaging and exceedance plots would be appropriate for a long-term water supply model, right? Such as calcium 3, or no, not such as calcium 3, but just a long-term water supply planning model.
So just to clarify, there is no averaging in exceedance plots. And I just wanted to clarify that. That seems to be a big confusion. But yeah, his statement is that statistical averaging is common in water supply models, such as calcium 3.
All right, thank you. And is calcium 3 a water supply model?
Yeah, it's a operations model that looks at water supply and looking at, hydrologic conditions, and looking at project exports, the CVP State Water Project. And we're using, output from calcium to a lot of downstream models that looks at other things in terms of project effects.
Looking at page 49 of your testimony. Let's see. Page 49. Actually, yeah, page 49, line 18.
Yes.
Well, sorry, we're on the same page, but it's more like line 7. You indicate that DWR's use of exceedance probability analysis and long-term monthly averages is the standard and appropriate method for comparing the behavior of operational models of this type across the full range of simulated conditions for CalSim 3 outputs and outputs from any models that use CalSim 3 outputs as inputs such as DSM2. And I understand that's your opinion. I appreciate that. And we've indicated that Mr. Burke feels differently. But just a couple questions to try to understand this. What are the differences between an operational model and a water supply model?
Which language, I mean, which text are you referring to? Which line?
Oh, I'm asking you, I was quoting you from page 49, line 7, and I read your testimony from that. And then I just have a couple questions, and I'm not quoting from anything specifically. I'm asking you, is there a difference between an operational model and a water supply model?
For the purposes here, I mean, CalSim is the model as one of the models that has state water projects, EVP operations, and and also DCP operations built into it. And so for this purposes, I would say CalSim is doing that. It's an operational model that's looking at water supply.
Is there I appreciate that. And just one follow-up on that. Is there a distinction between an operational model and a water supply model? Are there any distinctions, I should say, between an operational model and a water supply model?
When I was talking about the statement here, I was referring mostly to CalSim 3, that is looking at operations and water supply. If you're referring to any other model, I'm not sure, but in terms of CalSim 3, my focus was it is looking at operations, and we have presented water supply export numbers as well.
Okay. Do you have an opinion or an understanding of how or what the effect of tide and what the effect of tide on stage and flow, how is that captured in a sort of a long-term monthly averaging analysis?
Objection. This appears to be outside the scope of the Sir rebuttal testimony.
Will you run the question again for me, please, Mr.
Yeah,
Reese?
and just as Mr. Singh's indicated that the use of the manner and the process, he's been very clear and that the use of averaging and use CalSim and a DSM2 is the only appropriate way to get accurate results. I'm asking if that process how that process affects or indicates the effect of tide on stage and flow.
Same objection.
I'll allow the question. I'm not quite sure where we're going, but I'll allow it. Mr. Singh, please.
Yeah, so again, I do want to clarify, this keeps coming up, averaging and exceedance plots. So all the information that I have presented and DWR has presented, including my SAR rebuttal, there is plots of exceedance plots. There is the metric that we're looking at is daily minimum stage. There is no monthly averaging in that. It's looking at each and every day of the 100-year simulation period. to look at what the minimum stage was. So it's not really masking anything. It is actually, there's no averaging. So when we're presenting that exceedance plot, that is based on minimum daily stage. And that stage is coming from DSM-2, which is the hydrodynamics model that looks at all the flows in the delta, including tides. And depending on the location, it gives you stage. So there's no averaging, just to clarify. And the charts that I've presented, say Old River Tracy Road for minimum stage in this orbital, that's by month, with and without project, daily minimum stage that gives you a full picture of each day without any averaging, what the changes are, which those plots show absolutely no difference.
Okay, so I want to understand this. So you're indicating now that your analysis or the analysis in this proceeding does not use long-term monthly averaging?
Objection, that misstates the testimony.
Well, I'm asking because, go ahead.
Yeah, please, Mr. Singh, please clarify for us.
So if you read line 12, there's use of mean monthly averages and exceedance probability curves. So all I'm trying to say is that those are two distinct things. Exceedance curves, which we have presented throughout this, proceeding and in the record for the EIR, those exceedance probabilities, especially when you mention stage, those are daily numbers, daily minimum numbers. There is no averaging there. So that seems to be, when we're talking about those two general things, let's not get confused, but there is some metrics which we have presented as mean monthly averages, but we've also looked at other like exceedance plots, especially for stage, and like say, for example, D1641 requirements. Those are also calculated depending on from daily ECs and whatever the requirement is, 14-day or 30-day. So we have presented just more than mean monthly average. That's just a clarification.
Right, and I'm sorry, I didn't want, maybe it's my fault. I didn't want to confuse it. There's the long-term mean monthly averaging as one analysis, and then there's the exceedance plots that depict, the exceedances over the entire, project run, if you will, of 100 years, right? It's the way it's displayed. Is that fair?
Yes, we have displayed both information, or we presented both information.
Okay, all right. So this kind of relates to the next set of questions here, which I have some confusion on. Page 49, beginning at line 18. You say that if combining many months of data into a single distribution were hiding a real project effect, then breaking that distribution down to the monthly level should reveal it. And then you say analysis was performed for EC and minimum daily stage at the old river station, under the 2043 and CC50 scenario, plotting exceedance curves separately for each calendar month rather than for the record as a whole. At each curve shows 100 data points for each year of the simulation. So I'm trying to understand exactly what you did. So if we look at figures 8 and 9 of in your report, and you say there's 100 data points. So am I correct in my understanding that means that each month is a data point? So there'd be 100 Aprils and 100 Mays, for example?
Yes.
Okay. And then looking at April, for example, that is a single data point for all of the 100 Aprils. So you look at the daily data. So did you look at the daily data for all of the Aprils to come up with the April graph, right?
Yeah, so just to clarify, there's 100 years, right? So there's 100 Aprils, for example. But within April, the data that I have is daily data. So basically, it'll be daily data for 100 Aprils.
Okay. So that's right. I think I understand it, but it's important that I do. So, but there's 100 data points. So each one of the months, like I said, there's 100 Aprils, 100 Mays, etc. Right?
Yeah, I mean, 100. So 100
100 of
year,
each. Sorry,
100
100 of
years.
each month. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
100. But within each month there's daily data. So it'll be actually more than 100 data points. It's more than 100 for each curve is more than 100 points.
Okay. So does that mean like let's stick on April. So there's 100 April 1st, 100 April 2nds, 100 April 3rds. Is that what you're indicating you have? How do you, I guess I'm trying to understand what you mean by there's daily data.
So when we're running DSM2, we're getting DSM2 output of EC. So that is one of the ways to look at it is daily, right? Daily EC. So for each time step or daily time step, we have daily data. So what these plots have done, because previously I had presented for all year, everything combined into one plot. And I believe that's what Dr. Burke was criticizing, that it smooths out the differences. So in these plots, I have broken it by month. So essentially, all the Octobers, the daily data there, it's included in these plots, each plot.
Okay. Wouldn't there be, I'm not a mathematician, but wouldn't there be 3,000 data points if you were
Yes.
looking
Yeah.
at all, but those have been averaged out, right, and depicted as a daily exceedance plot, if you will. Is that correct?
No, there's no averaging. So so it should, I guess that should, just to clarify, it's not 100 data points. It is, as an example, just 30 times, each month, 100 months. So, it's close to 3,000 data points. So we're not averaging. There's no averaging there. So each point in that plot is a daily data. So we're not averaging days. So you take all the Octobers, 100 of them, and simulation times 30 days in each October, or 31 days as an example. That will be the total data set that's plotted. So there's no averaging beyond the daily time step.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure I fully understand that, but I appreciate your explanation. What's I think what's confusing me is you indicate that as a whole, and each curve shows 100 data points, one for each year of the simulation.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that should say 3,000 data points.
It's more than 100 points. It's 100, 100 Octobers, but within that October there is multiple data points. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we'll move on for now. Okay, let's go to paragraph 117. Your testimony. And here, which is on page 54. Here, you're commenting on Mr. Burke's figure 2 in SDWA 100 RA. So actually with slide, yeah. So could we bring up SDWA 103 RA, which is slide 6 in SDWA 100 RA at page 8 and 9.
So, Mr. Reese, are you saying that we're bringing up 103? Are we bringing up
Well, let
103,
me read
100?
his testimony first, and
Okay.
then we can bring.
Great.
So you say here on paragraph 16, page 54 through page 55, line 4, you say figure 2 in STWA 100 RA at page 9 presents exceedance probability curves for EC at old for both the with DCP and without DCP conditions. The two curves are nearly identical across the full range of distribution of 18 months of data. You say Mr. Burke argues the exceedance curves fail to identify impacts. That gets the inference backwards. If the with DCP and without DCP conditions are not distinguishable across the full 18 months, that is evidence the DCP attributable salinity change is not meaningful at the scale that matters for compliance evaluation. And so now I want to focus on Mr. Burke's 2 figures, to which your testimony relates. So if we brought up SDWA 103 RA slide 6, it has the 2 figures next to one another. Thank you. Mr. Singh, do you understand that these two plots of the difference in salinity at Old River, at Tracy Road, for the with and without DC project scenario, according to Mr. Burke's analysis? You understand that, right?
Yes, I do. Yep.
And do you understand that the plot on the left shows the change in salinity between the 2 scenarios according to Mr. Burke's analysis?
Could you repeat?
Yes, it just simply, and you understand that according to Mr. Burke's analysis, that the plot on the left here shows the change in salinity between the with DCP scenario and without the DCP scenario.
Yes.
Okay. And that the plot on the right shows the exceedance probability curve developed from the data that created the plot on the left, right?
Yes.
All right. And you see with the plot on the left that Mr. Burke shows, particularly over to the right side of the plot, he shows a pretty significant increase in EC for about 75 days.
Well, I'm not sure if I'll characterize that as pretty significant. So that was one of the points that we're trying to make here, is that although this step-by-step comparison is inappropriate, as I've talked previously, but even if you look at what he has presented, all he's showing is the changes with and without project, without any context of what the EC or what the actual conditions were, corresponding to the change. So his presentation does not provide any context, even if you look at his month-to-month comparison, which is inappropriate. But plot on the right is looking at same period exceedance plots, and it gives you not only what the differences are, capturing all those data points, and also when those are happening and what's the magnitude of that. So the plot on the right to me is more informational and is the right use of the models.
But it's your opinion that the plot on the right shows the level or depicts the level of change, or based on this analysis, depicts the level of change shown in the plot on the left.
Vague and ambiguous as to level.
Well, it's pretty clear. I mean, the plot on the left shows a increase, spike, whatever you want to call it, whether or not he thinks it's, an inappropriate analysis or not. I'm asking him if it's his opinion that plot on the left, that change is easily identifiable in the plot on the right, or.
Sorry, is the question whether the data is in both plots? So
I'm asking him, does
I
he-
think I'm still confused. I think it's an ambiguous question
Well,
as
that's
to
fine.
level.
It seems to me that his testimony is indicated that Mr. Burke is somehow endorsing exceedance plots. And what I'm asking him is, does he understand that the two plots here developed by Mr. Burke, that they're here to demonstrate that the one plot shows a spike, an increase in EC, which is not necessarily depicted in the exceedance curve at the right. Do you understand that?
Objection, that misstates the testimony on the screen.
I think we may have to, I understand what you're getting at, Mr. Reese, but so maybe let me ask Mr. Singh, and we'll just start here with, is the data used, to your knowledge and understanding, is the data used that's depicted in the plot on the left incorporated into the plot, the graph on the right?
That is my understanding, that both those plots are using the same data in whatever that limited time period it is, yes.
And just as a last follow-up, and then I'll be done with this. But Mr. Singh, you think that the exceedance plot on the right shows the same level of apparent increase that's shown on the left?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to level, and as to what increase in what time period.
As the time period shown on the plot on the left.
Same objections.
I think it's pretty clear. I'm just asking him if he thinks that this plot on the left that shows the time frame with an increase is depicted is shown to the same level on the right, in the plot on the right.
I think it's fair. I think the objection is fair, Mr. Reese, and I will. Are you asking whether, visually, Mr. I'm not sure if
Yes,
you're
I was
getting at,
asking him
is it,
visually. Yes.
yeah, okay.
Visually.
Does it stand out at one in the same way? Is that what you mean by level?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Singh, I think now we have clarification, if you have an opinion.
So, we're trying to compare apples and oranges here. One on the left is time step by time step difference. So that change is, included in the data points, right? So with and without project. So exceedance plot is using the same data and is just providing a probability of, given an EC level, what the change would be under two scenarios. So it is, using the same data, but the presentation gives it more context in terms of what the changes are, how often they're happening, and what that change mean, and
Fair enough. If
Can I add a point, which is that a plot like the one on the left, first of all, it looks point by point in time, so it's just looking at instantaneous changes. The one on the right is giving you an idea of how often did you end up with 400 EC? How often did you happen with 500 EC? So if you were to zoom out on the plot on the left, you'd lose the plot, right? You can't look at the whole data set, a 100-year set of changes in that sort of way. It's anecdotal. This is one of the 3 largest changes in the entire 100-year data set. But if you zoom out and you ask how many times would a local water user face a particular EC level across the two scenarios, with and without project. That's what's shown on the right.
Thank you. Hearing officer, I have a few questions for different sort of set of questions for Mr. Alatilovich. If I could maybe take a good time for a quick short break.
Sure, let's go ahead and we'll take our normal mid-morning break. We'll come back at 10:26. Thank you.
Oh, could we get
Yep.
a quick time estimate for Mr. Reese, how much longer you think you have? Just because we're trying to make sure we
Right.
get.
No. I think it's 15 to 20 minutes.
Well, it's Dr. Telovich. We might want to say 30.
Well,
Okay.
I didn't want to say that, but
I'll say it.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. 10:26. Thanks. All right, look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you.
Who's
And we
trying
have Ms.
not to do
Morris.
stuff? Could I ask a clarifying question? I checked in with Mr. Moore and he said he did not have any questions for Dr. Priest. And I have left that Miss Desjardins did not, I'm not sure if she does or doesn't. So I know Dr. Priest would very much like to go if there are no questions. And also, I'm not sure if Miss Meserve had questions for this panel. I think she said they were primarily for Mr. Schwartz, so I'm not sure if she still had any questions. So I should clarify that too.
Great, thank you. Ms. Desjardins, we'll start with you. Did you have questions for Dr. Priest?
I do not have questions for Dr. Priest.
Great, thank you. And then I think, Mr. Reese, will you clarify whether you have any questions for Dr. Priest, please?
Yes, for some reason not letting me start my video. There we go. I do not have questions for Dr. Priest, and I really do think that Dr. Attila, will be 10 or 15 minutes because I really have just a couple of a few questions.
Thank you. And it's Dr. Atelovich, right? Am I getting them?
I'm sorry for
Yeah,
that.
got it. Yeah, thank you.
A
if we can-
television, a television.
Thank you. If we can elevate, excuse me, Ms. Meserve, please. Good morning, Ms. Meserve.
Good morning, OSHA Meserve for Contra Costa et al. Yeah, just to clarify, I've been listening, and at this point, I will just be questioning Mr. Schwartz today. So we don't need
Thank
to
you.
pay for me with the other panelists.
Thank you. So it sounds to me, Ms. Morris, like we can excuse Dr. Priest, and we will be seeing her later down the road, so to speak. So that's when we will do, as I understand, any redirect if there is any associated with that. Is that right?
Yes, I think that would be the appropriate time to do it, and that would be the 90 minutes for DTEC next Monday, the 31st. And
Yes, so we have,
Dr.
and
Priest will
just,
be available.
thank you. Yes, the 31st, exactly. Thank you, Ms. Morris.
Okay, and so based on those time estimates, we will plan on having Mr. Schwartz here at 1 p.m. or if it's an earlier lunch, like a earlier lunch break, but after lunch. Does that seem fair?
That seems fair to me. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And thank you, Ms. Meserve. And with that, I think we can go back to you, Mr. Reese.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Atelovich, just a few questions here. Page 4, line 5 through page 9 in your testimony, your technical report, I guess it is, a quote extensively to the MSS, correct?
Page 4, line 5. Yes.
Okay. And that's there you're referring to the final MSS, which was released on May 21st of 2026. Is that correct?
That sounds about right.
Okay. That final MSS, if you will, it's my understanding it's received some conditional but not final approval from the state board. Is that consistent with your understanding?
I'm not aware of the current status right now in the administrative sort of steps.
Okay. All right. Just a couple of questions about Mr. Burke's report includes figure 6 her testimony includes figure 6, which is the depiction or the still photos of the Middle River and Undine Bridge. You're familiar with that, and you've got extensive testimony in response to that. My questions are just, Mr. Burke indicates that from the visualization or from seeing the pictures, that the depth of that channel at that time, which is, I think we well knows, pictures are from November 20th of 2023 at 9 a.m. Mr. Burke indicates that the channels, as you say, generously a foot, that Mr. Burke's testimony is that the channel is generously a foot deep. Do you think that the picture is, Mr. Burke's interpretation of the picture in terms of the channel being at most a foot deep is incorrect?
Objection calls for speculation.
It's not a very high resolution video. I think that others have guessed slightly different numbers. I don't think it's material to my testimony or to my tech report.
Well, I think I'm asking you, based on your ability to see the photo and the video, how deep do you think the channel was at that time?
I think that one of the most important things that I was saying is that this chain of logic where you eyeball a depth and then you drape that over an inaccurate slice of or I should say not inaccurate, but a noisily derived cross section is not a good procedure. So I was not offering. I mean, I used to be a river guide, and we used to people ask how deep the water was. We used to joke and say it's this high on a duck. It was a gentle way of telling people that it's kind of hard to tell what the depth is of a channel. It's not a great question in a way.
Well, I'm sorry for not having a great question, but I'm asking you, but again, looking at the video, looking at the photos, do you think it's significantly higher than a foot deep?
It's not 6 feet deep. It's
Well,
not. It's probably not 3 feet deep. I can't really be any more specific than that.
Okay.
I also make a point that everything that I said in my testimony becomes stronger as the water level becomes more shallow. It becomes more unreasonable that Mr. Burke's water level speculation would come out of the analysis. So if it were shallower, it would strengthen the point of the tech report.
Okay. Actually, I don't have any further questions for Dr. Atelovich.
Or any of the other panelists?
Correct.
All right.
This concludes my cross-examination of this panel.
Thank you, Mr. Rees. And thank you, Dr. Atelovich. Who do we have next? Is it Ms. Desjardins? Looks like.
Yes, it is.
All right. You may have volunteered. Ms. Desjardins, please. I think this panel is yours for your questions.
Okay. My questions are for Mr. Singh. Ms. Mullen, please bring up DWR 142R and page 5, paragraph 13. So, Mr. Singh, you testify that the CC50 and CC95 climate, the DWR's 2043 modeling does capture climate conditions reasonably expected during the DCP's early operating period?
Yes, so in reference to my rebuttal, that responds to opinion 1 of Dr. Paulson. Her opinion was based on that 2043 modeling somehow does not represent 2045 and beyond the times when DCP would be operational. So what I was trying to clarify there is that it seems like Dr. Paulson's statement that we haven't done modeling when DCP would be operational is based on maybe a misreading of what the 2043 scenarios actually represent, that they're not meant to be like a single year 2043, but a time period centered around 2043. And that includes a period when DCP would be operational.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can you, so Mr. Singh, your opinion that DWR's 2043 modeling does capture climate conditions reasonably expected during DCP's early operating period, is that relying on DWR 1318?
Yeah, that is relying on the 2043 scenarios were developed by DWR Climate Program, and it's been used in other reports as well. But the purpose of that, using that for this model, was to cover a period that will include DCP's early operating period.
Ms. Mullen, can you bring up DWR 1318, page 544?
And Ms. Desjardins, should we start? Do we need a title page here, or are you going to orient us to what? Here we are at the title page.
Yes, so Mr. Singh, this document is entitled Risk-Informed Future Climate Development for the State Water Project Delivery Capability Report. That's what your testimony, and it's DWR 1318.
Yes, so 2043 scenarios were originally developed for delivery capability report, and that is the scenarios that we have analyzed with and without DCP.
So, Ms. Mullen, can you go to page 5-44? And Mr. Singh, in the second paragraph, do you see the sentence where it states these historically based climate change simulations allow water managers to ask questions about the performance of the system if exposed to the same sequences of weather as seen in the historical record, but under shifts in core attributes of the temperature and precipitation distribution that reflect plausible long-term climate change?
Yes, I see that.
So is this your understanding of the 2043 LOC modeling, that it represents 4 shifts in annual distributions of precipitation and temperature?
Objection. This is outside the scope of his rebuttal and an appropriate question for Mr. Schwartz.
Respectfully, this is how Mr. Singh is testifying, that he's relying on 1318, and he's testifying about interpretation of the 2043 model.
I'll allow it to the extent you have an opinion, Mr. Singh.
Well, the opinion that I have, that I've presented in my rebuttal, is that 2043 modeling is not meant to represent a single year, and it is meant to be at least a 30-year period centered around 2043 based on the methodology and climate models that were available, that were used by the climate team. So that's the point in my rebuttal, is that it's not just one single year. It definitely captures the period when DCP would be operated. And in terms of any details of how those were generated and what that actually represent, I'm not a climate expert, so I think that would be more appropriate for Mr. Schwartz to address those questions.
So, Mr. Singh, when you say you say DWR's 2043 modeling does capture climate conditions reasonably expected during DCP's early operating period. Why do you why do you have the expertise to make that statement if you can't interpret the actual scenario and the assumptions used?
That opinion is based on, like I said, the 2043 scenarios were developed by DWR climate team to look at water supply for delivery capability report. And it was, it's my understanding that was a process that's been documented, peer reviewed, and my opinion is based on my knowledge of what that scenario represents. Is not a single year for sure.
Mr. Singh, are you aware that let's scroll down a little to the bottom of page 544, where it states the delivery capability report does not utilize all modules of the WGen. Additional modules can generate novel meteorological simulation. This model allows for more expansive exploration of natural availability, including new drought sequences and pluvials not seen in the observed record. Are you aware at all of that module or what it represents?
I am not. Like I said, I'm not climate expert or anybody that was behind developing these scenarios, but I did rely on Mr. Schwartz and other climate experts in the department that developed this scenario in terms of using that for DCP.
Are you aware that Mr. Schwartz has testified that he is not a climate scientist?
Objection outside the scope calls for speculation.
It's directly responsive to Mr. Singh's previous characterization.
I'm sorry,
of Mr. Schwartz.
what was the question, Ms. Desjardins? Will you please repeat
Are you
it?
aware that Mr. Schwartz has testified in this proceeding that he is not a climate scientist?
All right, Mr. Singh, if you are aware.
I'm not.
And Mr. Singh, are you aware that one of the weather regimes that DWR discusses in the risk-informed climate scenario report is a ridging weather regime similar to the ridiculously resilient ridge in the California drought?
Objection outside the scope of this witness's rebuttal.
Respectfully, Mr. Singh is stating that the frequency, the statistical frequency, is based on conditions that can be reasonably expected. And that's his opinion. To the extent he is willing to concede that he simply lacks the expertise to make that statement, then I can stop exploring it on cross. But he's just stating he has stated it, and it is in sworn testimony, and he is representing that he has the expertise in applying climate modeling.
That's a
I am testing whether
mischaracterization of
Yeah.
of this testimony. He says nothing about statistical significance of different climate models. He has already testified the limited scope of what he is testifying to. In addition to that, he said that Mr. Schwartz could answer your questions about this because, again, he is only testifying, as he has stated, that it's not a single year.
So, Ms. Desjardins, if you want to pursue this, and we'll have to see if we can, we need to tie this back to Mr. Singh's testimony because I'm not quite sure which testimony you're referring to. And
yeah,
these questions
let's
are
go
listed.
back and bring up again DWR DWR 142R page paragraph 13, page 5.
Yes.
And Mr. Singh.
Well, let me
Yeah.
just interject here and ask a question of Mr. Singh.
Yeah.
Mr. Singh, is it fair to say, and please correct me if this is incorrect, is it fair to say that your statement here on lines 15 to 16 that DWR's 2043 modeling does capture climate conditions reasonably expected during DCP's early operating period, that in making that statement, you're relying on the expertise of the climate team, I believe, as you refer to them. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. And it's specifically addressing Dr. Paulson's opinion that that seems to be based on the fact that 2043 somehow doesn't cover period 2045 and beyond. So that's the purpose of that opinion 1 and paragraph 13.
So, Ms. Desjardins, I think Mr. Singh's testimony here, as I understand it, relies on the expertise of others, which he can do as an expert witness, generally speaking. And I'm not sure that this line is going to, elicit further information from Mr. Singh, given his particular area of expertise.
What I'm concerned about and is that, and let me get back. So Mr. Singh, you're testifying that the appropriate use of models is to use statistics from the model run. Isn't that correct?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to models. And now, if we're talking about climate change models, but Mr. Singh's testimony is limited to the use of calcium-3 and DSM-2 models.
And when you're referring to models, is that your reference, Ms. Desjardins, is calcium-3 and DSM-2?
Ms. Mullen, let's bring up DWR 143R. And let's, because this is Mr. Singh's PowerPoint, which he did which he did produce. No, apologies, it's not in here. He does state that the appropriate use of models is of the calcium model is based on statistics for the period. And we can go, actually, let's go back to DWR 142R.
Just so my objection was that it was unclear what models, and if we're talking about calcium, could the question be focused on calcium so that it's clear?
Yeah, let's go back to DWR 142R and bring 13, where so Mr. Singh, you're testifying that the statistics of the period are what are relevant, but what is your
So,
basis?
Ms. Desjardins, let's pause right there.
Yeah.
Where are you pointing to when you say Mr. Singh testifies regarding
Yeah,
statistics?
okay. So let's go to for example, to the bottom of page 23, where Mr. Singh testifies that DWR's statistical presentation is appropriate documentation of modeling artifacts. And the underlying assumption here is that the statistics for the calcium period are valid representation of the climate period. Is that not true, Mr. Singh?
Objection misstates testimony.
I think the question is whether it's implied. So to the extent you can answer, Mr. Singh, please.
So this particular response to opinion one is focused on a lot of protestants have presented results from calcium and DSM-2, which is the follow-on model from calcium, on a month-by-month or step-by-step comparison. So what I have testified before as well is that use of those methods is not appropriate. And the way we have presented information, and as an example, exceedance plots is an appropriate statistical method looking at probability of exceedances for whatever metric you're looking at, water quality, water levels, rather than comparing month-by-month comparison. And that has nothing to do with climate change. It could even be for existing conditions. So any modeling that we have done, how you look at results and look at effects using statistical approaches, whether it's exceedance plots, whether it's monthly average, is appropriate. And that's the whole focus of my testimony. It is not tied to just one climate run. It is broadly, even for existing conditions results, it applies.
So, Ms. Mullen, please go to paragraph 52 on page 24. Where Mr. Mr. Singh, you state here, CalSIM-3 results should be analyzed using statistical representations such as long-term monthly averages and exceedance probabilities, rather than point-in-time, month-by-month comparisons. So that's essentially, so your core statement, that's your core statement here.
That is one of the main points of my rebuttal. There's other points, but that is one of them.
So, Mr. Singh, are you testifying that it is your understanding that those long-term statistics are have nothing to do with climate change?
Objection, that misstates his testimony in writing.
I think that's fair. Ms. Desjardins, will you try the question again in a different, can you reformulate it?
Mr. Singh, yeah, it's regarding what Mr. Singh just said. So, Mr. Singh, how are the long-term statistical long-term monthly averages related to climate change, the representation of climate change in the modeling?
So if you're looking at a climate scenario such as 2043, so what we have is a projection of what that climate could look like for a period that's centered around 2043. And so that's what we have used as an input as a possible hydrology down the road. We have sea level rise assumptions also related to climate change. And under those conditions, we have looked at, say, water supply changes, so what those changes would be with DCP compared to the baseline. So the relation to climate change is basically whatever scenario we have, assumptions we have under the climate change, based on those assumptions, how the project is going to perform. And but in general, this statement is not just climate scenario. It could be any calcium run. It could be a 2020 existing condition climate run with historical hydrology and no climate change. So when we're looking at these results, statistical representation are preferred over month-by-month comparisons. And Mr. Fitzhugh, as part of this rebuttal, has outlined why that is. There could be modeling artifacts, and there's other variability in model that make that kind of analysis, month-to-month comparison, or time step by time step inappropriate.
Mr. Singh, in making this statement, do you have any sense of the uncertainty in the long-term statistics that are derived from the modeling based on the climate change?
Objection, outside the scope of Sir rebuttal. This testimony and this statistical analysis statement is not based on climate change or uncertainty analysis for climate change.
So, Ms. Morris just contradicted her own witness.
Well,
I mean, either Mr. Singh is stating that it has nothing to do with climate change, or he did just explain that it had to do with climate change. And he did just explain that it had to do with climate change.
will you just run the question again, please, Ms. Desjardins?
Yes. So, Mr. Singh, you did just testify that this is with regard to Ms. Paulson's month-by-month comparisons of the 2043 future climate scenario. And you state that the 2043 future climate scenario results should be analyzed using statistical representations such as long-term monthly averages. Do you have any, in making that statement, do you have any sense of the uncertainty of the long-term monthly averages in the 2043 climate scenario that Ms. Paulson that is testified about
So
and that you're
objection.
rebutting?
That this rebuttal is not related to, we're mixing two things. And so the previous line of questioning and the climate change was related to Dr. Paulson, and this is a whole separate section on statistical presentation in terms of modeling artifacts. And none of this section has anything to do with climate change uncertainty or statistical analysis.
Ms. Morris's objection is contrary to the plain meaning of Mr. Singh's statement. It is obfuscatory, where it says specifically calcium-3 results should be analyzed using statistical representations. And Ms. Morris has just stated, oh, this has nothing to do with statistics. This is contrary to the plain meaning of the testimony.
I'm thinking for a moment. I mean, this issue here, it seems is that you are bringing together two different lines of Mr. Singh's testimony, and I think that's okay. I mean, I'll allow it here, but I'm not sure how far we'll get. But Mr. Singh, if you can answer Ms. Desjardins' question, unless you need it again with respect to, well, if you need, I will not try to rephrase it. If you need it again, let me know.
Yeah, could you repeat what the question is? That are you talking about some uncertainty in, say, water supply numbers? I'm not sure what you're trying to get to with.
So let me go back up to this is if we go back to the previous page, page 23, this is in response to Susan Paulson's opinion 11. That your essential opinion is DWR statistical presentation as appropriate documentation of modeling artifacts. And you're specifically rebutting Dr. Paulson's opinion that DWR described unfavorable model results as modeling artifacts without just providing documentation or specific examples of the artifacts. And DWR has not provided sufficient information to establish that modeling artifacts prevent the application of point-in-time comparisons to evaluate anticipated impacts of the DCP. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so in this context, you are stating that calcium-3 results should be analyzed using statistical representations such as long-term monthly averages and exceedance probabilities rather than point-in-time, month-by-month comparisons because of modeling artifacts and model results variability. But a fundamental question there is, in making a statement that long-term monthly averages are superior to month-by-month comparisons, do you have any sense of the uncertainty of those long-term monthly averages?
I think we're confusing two things. In terms of uncertainty in a climate scenario, yes, there is I mean, what we're using is the best available climate models, and it's my understanding that based on DWR's climate team, that is a scenario we received and we're using. So within that scenario, we are trying to see how to analyze the results month by month or statistics. Yes, there is some variability in terms of what actually could happen. And that is the exact reason we have multiple climate scenarios. We have 2040 starting from EIR, central tendency. We have 2040 median. We have 2043 CC50, 2043 CC95. We have 2085 CC50, 2085 CC75. We have sea level rises from 0 all the way to 3.5 foot. So we have looked at project changes on a big range of possible scenarios. And what I'm saying is that whatever scenario you have with and without DCP, do not look at time step by time step comparisons. And that is documented in Mr. Fitz's report, why we shouldn't be doing it. But in terms of climate uncertainty, we have looked at a wide range of climates and sea level rise scenarios.
So, please, Ms. Mullen, please bring up DWR 142R, paragraph 17, page 6. So, Mr. Singh, you testify that the DCP export benefit is essentially flat across, quote, substantially different hydrologic and sea level conditions represented by those two scenarios.
That is correct.
So is it your understanding that the CC50 scenario is 1.5 degrees warmer and 1.5% wetter than current?
I don't remember those statistics offhand, but I know there is differences between the whole purpose of this paragraph 17 is that there's differences between 2043 CC50, CC95 in terms of hydrology, in terms of sea level rise, and Dr. Paulson's own plot, and this is what that number is, shows that it is flat across those two scenarios, and that is the whole purpose of that paragraph 17.
So, Ms. Mullen, please pull up exhibit DWR 1318, page 71.
You mean, is it 7-1? Is that the?
7-1, sorry.
Thank you.
And can you scroll down to plain language description? So, Mr. Singh, just refreshing your recollection, this does state that the CC50 scenario is 1.5 degrees warmer and 1.5% wetter than current, does it not?
Yes, it does. Yep.
Okay, so let's go to page 7.3. And the plain language, read the plain language description of the 95th percentile level of concern scenario states that it represents a temperature increase of 1.8 C, 1.8 degrees, and average precipitation of 1.8% drier than current conditions, does it not?
Yes, it does.
So the range of climate scenario that DWR modeled, does that span 0.3 of a degree and about 3% of mean annual precipitation?
Are we objection vague and ambiguous as to which models? Are we just talking about these two or all of the ones that were presented in this hearing?
If we can go back to DWR
You don't have to go back. I'm
142R.
just asking what you're
Let's go
asking me
back to
miss for
DWR
comparison
142R,
purposes.
where Mr. Singh actually talks about the range of climate severity that DWR model. Yes, thank you. So Mr. Singh, you're saying that those two hydrologic scenarios are substantially different, but they span 0.3 of a degree of warming and about 3% of mean annual precipitation, correct?
I'm sorry, Ms. Desjardins, which scenarios are you referring to?
Where Mr. Singh says that we're talking about DWR 2043 and the CC 50 and if you look at reach paragraph 17, the 2043 CC 50 and 2043 CC 95 scenarios. So I just went and showed that Mr. Singh, isn't the difference in those two scenarios 0.3 of a degree and about 3% of mean annual precipitation.
And were you
The
intending, Ms.
question?
Desjardins, to refer to the other exhibit? I'm not sure where those.
Yeah, that
Numbers are
came
coming from.
directly from exhibit DWR 1318. Do I need to go back and ask Mr. Singh about those again?
Yes, if that's where the numbers come from, let's.
Yes, okay, so let's go
look at
back to
them.
DWR 1318. So Mr. Singh, the 95th percentile level of 2043, 95th percentile level of concern scenario is 1.8 C and 1.8% drier than current conditions, correct?
Yes, that's what the document
Okay,
says.
and let's go back to 7.1. And the 50th percentile level of concern scenario is 1.5 degrees C and 1.5% wetter average, correct?
Yes.
And isn't the difference between 1.8 C and 1.5 C is only 0.3 of a degree Celsius, correct?
Yes.
And the difference between 1.5% wetter and 1.8% drier is only about 3% of average annual precipitation, correct?
Yes. Going by
And
those statements.
so why are you saying those are substantially different hydrologically?
Well, if you go back to my testimony and read the full sentence, it's saying different hydrologies and sea level rise. And if you look at, next page that lists the difference between 2043 CC50 and 2043 CC95, there's a table that looks at just the baseline exports with and without project. Those even 0.3 or whatever differences that you're pointing out, if you look at the reduction in baseline exports, there is a big change. And but if you look at column that DCP supply, and these are again not my numbers, these are Dr. Paulson's own numbers in her testimony. And all I'm trying to point out is that not just hydrology, even sea level rise between these two scenarios when we did the modeling are different, 0.5 foot versus 1.8 foot. And even under those varying hydrologies and sea level rise conditions, DCP exports are still same. And if you look at even other scenarios going down at 2085, they are robust, and as a percent, about 10% of total existing, South Delta exports for respective baselines. So that is the whole purpose there.
And thank you. That concludes my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. And I believe with that, we are looking to Mr. Moore, who may be an attendee here. So I'm going to look to the room. I have Seawin down as having possibly questions, but I do not see Mr. Moore in the room, and I don't believe we have elevated Mr. Moore as a panelist. I can look generally. We can also take a 5-minute break. Maybe we'll do that. We'll take a 5-minute break, and those who may have contact with Mr. Moore, if you would please let him know we are suddenly ready for his presence. Ms. Meserve, did you want to chime in before we take a few moments?
Yes, good morning again. Yeah, I did receive a message from Mr. Moore. I realized when I checked my phone. He is tied up in meetings today, so he will not be able to do questions. So please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Meserve, for transmitting that. Then I believe with that, I'll look to the room. Is there anyone else who has questions for this panel at this time? And I may need to think about whether I have questions. We suddenly came to the end before I was quite ready. But Ms. Morris, do you anticipate you will have redirect? We can get maybe.
If any, a small amount. I'm wondering if we should do an early lunch and start back up and if you have questions, and redirect, and then we can move straight to Mr. Schwartz. I'm not sure if that works for your schedule, but
I think that might make the most sense. We'll do a little bit of a, and actually that would be helpful to me. So my proposal would be to come back at 12:30 if Mr. Schwartz can be available at 12:30. So be a little bit of a longer lunch, but we would start up early, so to speak. Let's do that. All right, I will see all of you at 12:30. We will pick up at that point with any questions I have for the panel, and we will see if there's redirect, and then we will move to Mr. Schwartz. Thank you. Welcome back. It's 12:31. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
And Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Great, thank you. Then we will pick up, as I recall, where we left off, which is, I think, reserving whether I had any questions for the panel, and then looking to, I think, Ms. Morris as to whether there's any redirect. So let us proceed that way. If I can ask, I have one, I don't know about one question, but one topic that I think will be relatively quick. So I think we'll start with, I believe this is for Mr. Singh, but it may not be, please send this, or excuse me, I'm plugging in my computer. Please direct this to the appropriate person. But I had a question about the modeling with respect to operations of the DCP in balance conditions. And I'll start by asking whether the modeling, when modeling DCP operations, did the modeling include a provision that would require maintenance of 3,000 CFS at the South Delta intakes when I think the term is when balancing operations, and that minimum level would be maintained in order to conduct diversion or rediversion at the North Delta intakes.
Yes, so the criteria that you're referring to is maintaining minimum 3,000 CFS of total South Delta exports. And this is during the summer months. So July, August, and September are the 3 months where the way it's modeled based on our proposed criteria is that minimum, 3,000 CFS combined South Delta exports have to be maintained before any shifting can occur.
Thank you. And how does the model allocate exports as between SWP and CVP in the South Delta?
Are you talking in reference to this 3,000?
Yes, in reference to the 3,000.
Okay, yeah. So in terms of this requirement, it is total 3,000 CFS combined CVP and straight water project. It's not just a straight water project only. So it's combined South Delta exports CVP plus state water project in those 3 months. So if the combined exports are 3,000, then under those 3 months that I mentioned, only then there will be a shift from south to north from state water project facilities. But the goal here is to maintain certain exports in the South Delta during that period, which takes into account both CVP and state water project exports.
Understood. And I may be asking this inartfully, and it may be a very general question about calcium, but how is the input for the amount, the rate at which CVP, for example, is diverting, how is that determined?
So, at each time step, monthly time step, there is CVP and state water project exports that is based on, combined operations of the two projects, combined responsibility to meet the requirements. There's facilities in terms of their capacity. So all the requirements that are basically applicable to both CVP and state water project, the model is taking those into consideration before it comes with individual CVP and state water project exports.
And maybe, thank you. Let me see. So maybe I'll ask this a different way. If in the modeling, if 3,000 CFS is not met at the South Delta intakes, is there a mechanism by which the model might say, well, let's ramp up I don't know if this makes sense, but let's ramp up South Delta diversion so we can also divert at the North Delta, or is it just, the other requirements in the model weren't met, we didn't get to 3,000 CFS,
Yeah.
no North Delta.
So from a calcium modeling perspective, we are operating the model in different steps. So the goal, like here, the proposed operation is to maximize south first. So DCP operations are layered after South Delta exports.
Okay.
And maybe Mr. Fitzy, if you have anything to add, you can clarify.
Yeah, that's correct. There would never be a situation where if this total CVP SWP is below 3,000, that would stay the same and there would be no shifting. You're never going to increase to 3,000 to try to facilitate shifting.
Okay, I think I understand that in theory. I appreciate that. Let me see. I think that's the extent of my questions on that. I was trying to wrap my mind around that. All right, then with that, thank you very much. I appreciate that detour. And Ms. Morris, do you have redirect for this panel?
Very brief. My first couple questions are follow-up to the AHO questions right now. So Mr. Fitzhugh or Mr. Singh, the 3,000 CFS requirement in the South Delta combined export, is that a precursor check on whether shifting is allowed?
Yes.
Yes.
So just because there is 3,000 combined export doesn't mean that there necessarily would be a shifting of the SWP portion to the North Delta intakes, correct?
Yes.
There would have to be more than 3,000 for any shift to happen.
And does shifting during balanced conditions change the allocation between CVP and SWP exports?
It can change the split, yes, because when you have shifting, so there's a shift of SWP exports from south to north. But when you do that, you reduce the carriage water that's being used to support exports and meet salinity standards. So carriage water is part of in-basin use under the Coordinated Operations Agreement. So if you reduce carriage water, then the carriage water savings and like the reduction in carriage water does get distributed according to the Coordinated Operation Agreement's formulas between the CVP and SWP. So it can have an effect on the distribution of exports between the two projects.
And that would be solely because of the carriage water savings, correct?
Yes.
And I believe this is for Mr. Singh. What is histosplining?
Yeah, so histosplines comes from histogram splining. So when you have like a step changes in flows or other things that are in a model, and there's a methodology to smooth that, and especially in calcium modeling, when it's a monthly model and you have output that is coming in terms of flows at boundary conditions in a monthly time step. So when you are looking at, from 1 month to another month, there could be a sudden change, in terms of flows. In 1 month, by end of the month, and going into first of next month, there could be a big change. And when you're running DSM-2 on a sub-daily basis, it could lead into some instabilities in DSM-2. So this methodology is used just to transition, to smooth the transition from 1 month to another month. So it's kind of a histogram spline that's fitted to, and mostly it's affecting just 3 to 5 days from the end of the month to the next month, so that there's not like an abrupt change from 1 month to another, to help DSM-2 modeling. And again, the goal there still is to maintain the same volume that is being, that's coming from calcium for each month. It's just that it's smoothing to address any, sudden jump going from 1 month to another month.
And does histosplining occur in all planning studies that use calcium and DSM-2?
Yes, on the planning models, we are using this methodology for years. So any calcium planning model, when we take that information in a monthly time step and run DSM-2, we look at, or the code looks at these changes, monthly changes, and if there's abrupt changes, it smooths them out so that DSM-2 can be run without any instabilities.
And is the methodology for histosplining the same between all planning models?
Yes, it is. Yeah. And this is not DCP specific. It's been there a long time.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Actually, can I just ask a clarification when you're asking me about the shifting between the CVP and SWP, and you asked if it was just shifting? There was another COA-related mechanism that shows up sometimes in the model where that kind of change can occur. Again, it's COA. It's related to when the model, due to DCP exports, you can shift from like OMR control to EI ratio control, and that changes the ratios of CVP and SWP, and that's another thing that can happen in the winter that can shift the sharing of exports between the two projects.
Thank you. And just to be clear, it doesn't increase the exports, it just reallocates potentially some of the exports.
Right, exactly. It's the DCP that pushes you up to the EI, and then the sharing of the total gets readjusted to stick to COA.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Morris. I will then look to the room with that limited redirect. Is there anyone with questions? Looks like Ms. Desjardins, you have limited to the scope of that redirect. If you have questions for these witnesses, please. And you'll need to come off mute. There we are.
Yes, Mr. Singh and Mr. Fitzhugh, I had a question about histosplining, and why do you think, what operational rules do you think actually implement that smoothing?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to operational rules.
Is it the calcium is an operations model, and I specifically wanted to know what specific operational rules implement the histosplining, the smoothing.
Again, vague and ambiguous as to operational rules. As I understand histosplining, it's a smoothing. It's not an operational rule. Are you talking about operational or in the terms of the model? What model rules implement histosplining?
So, Ms. Desjardins, I'm trying to work through the question here too. Are you asking based on why Mr. Singh, whether and why Mr. Singh believes that histosplining matches with operations? Is that what we're getting to?
Well, the issue is, and perhaps I can put this correctly. So, Mr. Singh, I'm wondering what restrictions on proposed operational rules would result in the kind of smoothing that you're implementing, because otherwise the step increases that you see might reflect potential changes from operations.
I would object is vague and ambiguous again as to operational rules, but if Mr. Singh understands the question.
To
Yeah,
the
so
extent you can answer, Mr. Singh, I realize you may need some follow-up here.
yeah,
Please.
no, I'll try. So all the operational rules are being implemented in CalSIM. That includes, DCP and non-DCP criteria. And we've talked about it. CalSIM is a monthly model, and it's producing output that is on a monthly time step. So, for example, just looking at flows from, say, December to January, there could be in a year a big jump from December to January. So the goal here is to, if there is a big jump, an abrupt jump, just to smooth, taking a few days or 2-3 days on each side to smooth that out, and we're still maintaining the same flow that CalSIM is giving us. Is just being redistributed to smooth it out. So in terms of operational rules, everything is coming from CalSIM, and we're just adjusting the inter-month abrupt changes while still maintaining the volume that's coming from CalSIM.
So is your contention that the changes would happen over 2 to 3 days? And that those are in the proposed operations?
Objection, misstates testimony.
You can caveat, please, Mr. Singh.
I didn't say that. Again, CalSIM is a monthly model, and DSM2 is using that monthly data. So the smoothing that we're talking about when it goes to DSM2 is just very small amount of days and maintaining the volumes that are coming from CalSIM using all the operational rules being redistributed. And that's all I have to say on that.
But Mr. Singh, is the redistribution of operational rules something that is actually in the implementation?
Objection, asked and answered.
Well, I was going to ask, what did you mean, Ms. Desjardins, redistribution of operational rules? I'm not sure what.
That's what Mr. Singh just said, is that the modeling represents the redistribution of operational rules. And my question is that redistribution of operational rules, which you say happens over a 2 to 3 day time step, rather than monthly, is that reflected anywhere in the proposed operational constraints?
To the extent you know, Mr. Singh.
I'm not sure when I said there will be changes in operational rules. All I'm saying is there's a smoothing to the volume coming from CalSIM, taking into account all the operations rule, and we're still maintaining the same volume from one month to another. So I don't see this as a change in operational rules. And the only operational rules that we implement in DSM2 are sub-daily as we run it, more instantaneous requirements. So that doesn't change. We're still looking at all the rules and operations that are in part of the ITP that's already in CalSIM. It's just this is a monthly, end of month. If there is an abrupt change, just smoothing that out. And in my opinion, that's not changing any operational rules.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Does anyone else have follow-up given the limited redirect? Then with that, I will turn back to you, Ms. Morris. Did you have anything to follow up from there?
I do not.
Thank you. Then with that, Mr. Singh, Mr. Fitzhugh, and Dr. Atelovich, thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for joining us once again and answering all of our questions, and you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could we elevate Mr. Schwartz? He's here and he can raise his virtual hand.
Yes,
Thank you.
certainly. I'll look to the hearing team to please elevate Mr. Schwartz. Good afternoon, Mr. Schwartz. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello. And Mr. Schwartz, do you recall previously taking the oath with respect to your testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Wonderful. Then with that, it looks like I should turn to Ms. Carroll. I believe we're ready for you to present Mr. Schwartz.
I am. Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Good afternoon, Mr. Schwartz. It's good to have you back.
Thank you.
Is DWR 01307 a true and correct copy of the CV that you previously submitted for this proceeding?
It is.
And do you have any updates to your CV?
Just that in June, I was promoted to the position of SWP Long-Term Planning Officer. So I'm no longer the Climate Action Manager for State Water Project.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is DWR 001400 a true and correct copy of your sir rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony at this time?
I just have a few minor corrections to DWR 01408, my slides here.
Okay, so is DWR 001408 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And what are the corrections that you have to that exhibit?
Yeah, on slide 14, there was a minor problem, or sorry, the first on slide 7, I'd like to change the summary text on the left side of the page. Shoot, and it should say, sorry, it got whited out in my printout and I can't read it. DWR's updated modeling scenarios considered by their regional warming level. And on slide 14, there was a minor problem with how the text was broken across 2 bullets. I've not changed the words, but the last 2 words on the first bullet in the original slide need to move to the second bullet. And then finally on slide 21, I've corrected the spelling of Mr. Lucas's last name.
Thank you. And I'd like to say that we have uploaded a 1408R that reflects these changes to the FTP site. So we should have a revised version for all of you. Mr. Schwartz, is DWR-001408A a animated version and true and correct copy of slide 15 from your revised PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Schwartz, is it true that the following are true and correct copies of DWR exhibits that you referred to or relied upon to support your sir rebuttal testimony? That's DWR 00112, DWR 00127, DWR 01306, DWR 01315, DWR 01316, DWR 01318, and DWR 01401 through 01407.
Yes.
Thank you. And then Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up DWR 001408R. And Mr. Schwartz, when you're ready, please summarize your sir rebuttal testimony.
All right. Thank you. So I've reviewed the written and oral testimonies of certain protestants regarding DWR's use of climate change projections for this proceeding. And my sir rebuttal focuses on the substantive testimony described below of Dr. Susan Paulson, DPWA 043, Jeff Lucas in Land 67 and 68R, and Deirdre Desjardins and DDJ 100R. The sir rebuttal testimony may also be responsive to other protestants that raised climate change issues but did not provide detailed analysis. You can please move to the next slide. I'm going to start with Dr. Paulson's opinion number 1. And here, Dr. Paulson has incorrectly asserted that DWR's climate change assumptions pertain to individual years, namely 2040 and 2043. That's really an incorrect interpretation of our modeling and how the data are used. In this figure, Dr. Paulson assigns each of DWR's sea level rise modeling increments to an individual year. And she's done this by adding these red diamonds along those colored curve lines there. This is really not how models work or an accurate depiction of the sea level rise modeling that DWR has done. This is figure 1 from DPWA 043, and I've added the red horizontal dashed lines that run across the page. Dr. Paulson has apparently derived the underlying curves from the 2018 Ocean Protection Council guidance, which was entered into the record as DWR 00608. And it's been updated since then, so these data are really no longer relevant, but nonetheless, Dr. Paulson has placed those red diamonds on the curves where the curves cross individual year designations and associated with the scenarios DWR used, so 2040 and 2043. And uses this illustration to suggest that these simulations don't encompass the operational period of the project. That's the shaded pink area to the right there. However, attributing the scenarios to specific years in the way Dr. Paulson has done is neither accurate nor is it in line with the information that DWR has evaluated. It's true that each simulation is keyed to a 30-year time frame centered on the given year, but it's not a simulation of a specific year, as Dr. Paulson has indicated. Further, each scenario evaluates a sea level rise of 0.5 foot, 1 foot, 1.8 foot, or 3.5 feet. And because of the way DWR runs its scenarios, it doesn't really matter when the amount of sea level rise would occur. The models show what conditions would look like and how the system would perform when those conditions occur. So a more appropriate way to represent DWR scenarios in terms of their sea level rise representation would be as horizontal lines that cross the figure, as I've represented with those red dash lines. In this representation, we can see that most of the intersection points of a dashed line, which is representing the DWR sea level rise scenarios, and a solid line, which is the Ocean Protection Council projected sea level rise at different levels of risk, are well within that pink shaded area of representing the DCP operational period after 2045. So for example, DWR's 2043 LOC 95 scenario, which represents 1 foot of sea level rise, crosses that sloped line, delineating sea level rise with only a 33% chance of being exceeded at about 2055. DWR's 2085 level of concern 75 crosses the sloped line, delineating sea level rise at a 33% exceedance level right around 2100. And the line delineating sea level rise with a less than 0.5% chance of being exceeded at about 2070. Next slide, please. This confusion about the literal interpretation of the naming conventions DWR used seems to have confused Dr. Paulson and possibly others. So we can look at DWR scenarios in another way. The years and level of concern values associated with each scenario give users a sense of when conditions might occur. But the impacts modeled are generally agnostic with respect to time. What I mean by that is that it doesn't matter when 1 degree of warming happens or 2 feet of sea level rise happen. If a scenario represents a condition, it is valid whenever that condition occurs, not just for the year assigned to the scenario name. This concept is sometimes called a global warming level analysis, and it's used in other types of international and national climate assessments. We could have just as easily named our scenarios for the warming levels and precipitation levels they explore and completely removed the years and the level of concern. But based on extensive focus group and stakeholder engagement, we think that the years and level of concern values are helpful for water resource practitioners. But let's just ignore those names for now and look at scenarios in terms of warming level framing. So let's rename our 2043 LOC 50 scenario regional warming level 1.5 because it's got 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming built into it. And we can rename our LOC 95 2043 scenario regional warming level 1.8 and so forth. We can then look at NOAA and IPCC primary sources to understand when these changes might occur. In the rightmost column on the top table, I've inputted what the IPCC says about when 1.3 degrees of warming might happen. They suggest that there's about a 5% chance that 1.3 degrees of warming occurs before 2044. And its best estimate is that it won't happen until 2054 under the worst emission scenario, and later under less pessimistic emission scenarios, which is where we're tracking right now worldwide. For 1.8 degrees, there is a less than 5% chance it occurs before 2065. And the point here is that the amounts of warming DWR evaluated are broad enough to cover mid-century conditions when DCP would be operating. Next slide, please. Now, if we continue to use that naming convention and we place colored boxes at the different sea level rise levels DWR evaluated, and we use the updated sea level rise guidance published by the Ocean Protection Council in 2024 and submitted as DWR 1316. And this figure is very similar to one that I presented in my first testimony. We see again that DWR scenarios span a very wide range of potential sea level rise outcomes, both temporally from 2035 to about 2110, and across the intermediate, high, and high scenarios that the Ocean Protection Council recommends for planning and project decisions in Table 4.1 of their guidance. I'd like to highlight that DSM-2 modeling is available for the 0.5 foot sea level rise increment, that's green, 1 foot increment, that's the blue boxes there, and the 1.8 feet, that's the red boxes there, levels of sea level rise. Next slide, please. Here, I've just superimposed a pinkish box over the table to highlight when DCP would be operational. And again, you can see that the temporal from 2045 to 2100 plus timeframe and across the sea level rise, intermediate, high, and high scenarios are well sampled by the DWR sea level rise values that we've modeled. Next slide, please. Dr. Paulson's critique about the hydrology DWR used is similar to her critique that she used about our sea level rise increments that DWR used. Again, Dr. Paulson is taking the names of the DWR scenarios literally and ignoring what they represent and how they were constructed. Further, in her original testimony, rebuttal testimony, and cross-examination testimony, she appeared to be confused or confusing about what each DWR scenario represents and what they include. So I want to take another shot at clarifying and explaining this. I've placed a timeline at the bottom of this page, and I've placed light blue boxes centered on the years of DWR scenarios, with the blue boxes extending across the years of observed data or climate modeled outputs that were used to inform those scenarios. I've also added bullets above each denoting what types of impacts and changes in hydroclimate are represented in each scenario, since there was significant confusion over that in Dr. Paulson's testimony as well. I want to be clear here. The CAH, the climate adjusted hydrology, represents current hydrologic conditions. It is not meant to project future conditions, nor have we used it to project future conditions. We used observed empirical streamflow data to understand how streamflow is changing over time. And we use observations of streamflow because they are more accurate than using models or attempting to aggregate all of the impacts from different physical processes, as Ms. Desjardins and Ms. Paulson would suggest. The CAH captures observed changes to reflect where we are today for evapotranspiration, soil moisture, and even past wildfire impacts that are having an impact on our stream flow today. The 22043 and the 22085 Senate future projections provide simulations of potential future conditions and additional hydrologic changes that we expect could occur in the future. I want to highlight that the future climate scenarios represented by the boxes labeled 2043 and 2085 are created by extracting climate signals from the downscale GCMs in the LOCA 2 archive for the 30-year period centered on the noted year. I'm going to talk a lot about the process and steps that we use and what it delivers later in my presentation. But it's important to understand that we use a 30-year window because weather can be so variable. And if we want to represent climate, a climate signal, and not weather, we need to take averages across many years. And it's really important because of the way that we're using that climate signal and mapping it onto historical variability. So we want to make sure that that signal that we're mapping onto the historical variability doesn't include its own high degree of natural variability. So that's why we need that 30-year window to smooth some of that out. You can see that the blue windows for both 2043 and 2085 scenarios draw much or all of their data from the DCP operational period. Let's now apply that global warming level framing I used for sea level rise to these values to look at how they shake out. Next slide, please. Here I've illustrated how thinking about each scenario in a regional warming level framing provides a more flexible way to use the modeling outputs. Regional warming level 1.8 could represent what we've been calling our 2043 LOC 95 scenario, could represent an extreme 2043 outcome as we've been using it, or could also represent a more moderate outcome later in the century, such as around 2055. Likewise, the regional warming level 3.4, what we had been calling 2085-50 level of concern, could represent a moderate outcome late in the century or an extreme outcome earlier in the century, perhaps around 2075. The naming conventions and the descriptions should be considered as helpful guides to when these conditions might be expected to occur based on the climate model ensemble. As I will show in my next couple of slides, the way we build these scenarios and understand system impacts is agnostic with respect to time, meaning it doesn't matter when 1.5 degrees of warming occurs. If and when it does, the scenario depicts the amount of system impact at that level of change. Again, the take-home point here is that DWR has attempted to provide an array of future climate scenarios that sample the uncertain climate space using different combinations of temperature, precipitation change, and sea level rise. It's uncertain when these actual impacts will occur, but the full array of scenarios DWR has provided allows the AHO to explore how the system responds to a changing climate over a very large range of conditions that cover the early and later operational periods of DCP. Next slide. Now I'd like to move to the testimony of Mr. Lucas, who has claimed that DWR's workflow narrows the view of the plausible future climate space. We disagree. Here, I've extracted figure 3 from Mr. Lucas's rebuttal testimony, land 67. The blue boxes are his and indicate each step in DWR's methodology for developing its updated climate scenarios. Mr. Lucas claims that each of these steps results in a smaller climate uncertainty space. Essentially, he's arguing that even DWR's 95 LOC scenario, which DWR has defined as extreme or more extreme than 95% of all outcomes across the LOCA 2 model ensemble, is not extreme enough. I'll walk through a number of these steps in detail, but at the end, I'm going to show how the DWR 2043 LOC 95 scenario compares to Mr. Lucas's suggested approach. And I will show that the droughts modeled in the DWR 2043 LOC 95 scenario are more extreme, meaning drier, than any drought simulated by the climate models. The point here is that DWR's methodology, when we stop arguing about individual steps or process delivers an unrivaled array of hydrologic conditions. In fact, producing 3, 5, 10, 15, 20, and 30-year drought periods that are more extreme than any simulated by the LOCA 2 ensemble of models. So if we were to follow Mr. Lucas's recommendation, we'd end up with a more moderate, less explorative climate scenario, not something that would put additional stress on the system. Let's walk through each of these steps, and then we'll dive deeper. Just pointing to that first step there, the use of a climate period approach tethered to historical climate. This is how calcium is configured. This is a feature, not a bug. It delivers a much better representation of droughts and variable conditions for California. And I'll show that this approach actually delivers results that are more extreme than any you would get from using a transient climate approach or using direct outputs from the climate models. He suggests that we use only one module of the weather generator. That's not true. We've actually used 3 of the 5 modules. And the only 2 that we don't use are because they're not supported by calcium at this time, and they're for future development at some later stage. The third step there, using CMIP 6 LOCA 2 hybrid downscaled data set, which includes 15 models and 125 different simulations of climate. And here, DWR is being consistent with the California Fifth Assessment and other state agency assessments in the state, and using a data set that is configured specifically for the state of California. And then the next 3 steps there, I'll get into in much more greater detail, but these are really California water system specific considerations. And I'm going to show that the level of concern scenarios are still extreme compared to what one would get without taking these steps, even though we think that they're very necessary. And the final step, this is really about the levels of concern and the conceptual technique. And the point here, I will show definitively that the 75th and 95th level of concern scenarios move in the direction of more stress on the system. And that's really the important concept here. You can ignore the names if they're problematic for you. Next step. Or next slide, please. So here, let's just start with Land 68, page 19, because Mr. Lucas has identified some older studies, and it seems to suggest that we should be using that same methodology that we used around 2018 today. These studies all relied on CMIP 5 or earlier vintage climate model ensembles that were published around 2014. And these studies were limited by the information available at the time. Because we didn't have all of the variant runs that are available in the newer CMIP 6 archive, we were not able to understand how much of the precipitation change in these models was driven by climate change, which we would consider actual signal, and how much was just natural California climate variability or noise. Since we had no way to disentangle that signal and noise back then, we incorporated both, since that was the conservative approach. But we now have a lot more information, and we don't have to make that simplification. We can actually disentangle these things a little bit more. So it isn't true that we don't understand this approach. We used it for years. However, we've learned and evolved past that approach and no longer consider it scientifically justified. While the added information that comes with CMIP 6 may not be as important in the Colorado Basin, where Mr. Lucas's expertise is focused, and which has significantly less interannual variability, and therefore it's of less concern in those types of studies. In California, it's extremely important, and that's why we do things a little bit differently here. It's worth noting that our evolution in this area does not just apply to DCP work. We're applying the same approach to climate change analysis across all of our programs, from the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan to sustainable groundwater management, the San Joaquin Basin Flood MAR studies, and the Sacramento or the California Aqueduct Subsidence Remediation Project. Just want to draw your attention to the quote at the bottom right, pulled directly from Mr. Lucas's own testimony at Land 50R, page 14 and 15, where he acknowledges that 30-year climate change average from a single model will conflate the climate change signal and multi-decadal variability. This is a huge problem when you're mapping that variability onto the historical signal of
Excuse me?
variability.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Schwartz. I just want to point out, I don't think the commentary regarding Colorado River and Mr. Schwartz is anywhere in Mr. Schwartz's testimony, so I just ask that he stick with his testimony as written.
Noted, and of course you can raise that once we get to deadlines for evidentiary objections. Thanks, Ms. Meserve. And I apologize for the interruption. Back to you, Mr. Schwartz.
Yep. So he's acknowledged that a single model will conflate the climate change signal and multi-decadal variability, and yet he continues to suggest that DWR do just that. Next slide. Now let's move to Mr. Lucas's figure 20 from land 67. He's attempting to reinforce his point that DWR scenarios are not extreme and do not explore the full plausible range of potential climate outcomes. The colored shapes represent the 100-year average climate change factors, i.e. these are temperature warming and change in precipitation of various DWR scenarios. The yellow square allegedly represents the full climate uncertainty space. And first, I was not able to recreate the yellow box that Mr. Lucas represents as the approximate range of temperature and precipitation change indicated by the LOCA 2 models from the reference citation that is provided. So I don't believe this yellow extent is actually accurate, and it certainly wouldn't be shaped like a square. But for the sake of an argument and brevity, I'm going to just ignore that for a second. But Mr. Lucas is making an apples to oranges comparison here. His yellow plausible climate space is calculated from 50-year averages, but then he plots DWR's climate scenarios as 100-year averages. Everyone who's taken a high school statistics class knows that if you take an average of 100 points, you're going to get a smaller variance than if you take an average of 50 points. So this isn't a fair comparison at all. But ignoring all those problems for a second, Mr. Lucas's testimony is actually raising a reasonable and important question that one might ask. How extreme is extreme enough? What level of plausible yet lower probability climate change should we be evaluating in order to make an informed investment decision? Essentially, how far out toward the edges of that yellow box should we be going to ensure that we have looked at possible outcomes that would be problematic for the system? In order to address that question, DWR takes a much more structured approach derived from well-studied and published approach to climate and other uncertainties called decision-making under deep uncertainty, or DMDU. Next slide. To understand how DWR did look at more extreme conditions and did not limit the plausible climate space, let's take a moment to walk through how DWR developed its LOC climate scenarios for water supply analysis and discuss why certain steps are taken. The approach starts with a common decision-making under deep uncertainty best practice, which is system stress testing. The idea here is to understand how a system responds to change in climate without worrying about when or if changes will occur. It's saying, let's not argue about climate uncertainty. Let's just try to understand how our system responds. At later steps, we'll add information from climate models to understand when those impacts might occur. This analysis is completed by running thousands and thousands of years of simulation through CalSim and stress testing the system across any climate outcome we think is plausible all the way out to the end of the century. So you're looking at changes in temperature from 0 to 5 degrees on the horizontal axis, and changes in precipitation from negative 25% to plus 25% average change in precipitation, much larger than even the range that Mr. Lucas has suggested we should be looking at. The figure illustrates Central Valley water system sensitivity to climate changes by looking at the 8 river April to July flow as a keystone performance metric. This is a metric that captures loss of snowpack and ET changes with warming and represents how shifting climate now and in the future impacts system operations. Significant research and discussion with partners as well as peer review document these decisions and steps. Eight River April to July flow turns out to be an excellent proxy for overall performance response of the California Central Valley water system, or the CalCIM area. What you're looking at is what we call a response surface. So basically, this is exploring how the system would respond to any combination of a change in temperature and precipitation across this huge range here. And the hotter colors, the orange to red, represent more and more severe decreases in system performance, or in this case, River April to July flow. The blue actually represents better or higher flow under those conditions, but we would need an extraordinary amount of additional precipitation with warming to get into that blue area. One key thing about this is it doesn't matter when 2 degrees of Celsius warming occur. When it occurs, this is how the system would respond. It is completely agnostic with respect to time. There's no time component in this figure. Next slide, please. But for questions in this proceeding, we are concerned with conditions around early mid-century. So we can then go to the climate model ensemble, those CMIP6 models, and ask them how warm, how wet, or dry it might be at this early mid-century time frame. The colored dots are the results pulled from the various climate models. As you can see, that there is some scatter to those points. For planning purposes, we need to figure out what amount of temperature change and precipitation change we want to evaluate for that range. This gets to the heart of Mr. Lucas's question about how extreme those scenarios should be. There are a number, next slide, please. There's a number of ways that we could have gone about answering the question of what conditions we should evaluate. I want to be clear here, the yellow box in this figure is not the same extent as Mr. Lucas's box on figure 10, but this does encompass kind of the same idea of, I think, what he was trying to suggest with that box. I've drawn it to at the extent of the hottest scenario, the coolest scenario, the wettest scenario, and the driest scenario. And then I've placed blue X's at the most extreme vertices of that box. And we could call those bookends. We could have created these scenarios, but they would be extremely unlikely. And you can see that no model actually projects that outcome at those extreme vertices. Next slide. Instead, we take a much more structured approach to that box in the previous slide. It's more sophisticated and arrives at more plausible scenarios that are more descriptive and easier to understand for planners. So we fit a normal Gaussian distribution to those points that we get from the global climate models, and that's what those ellipses are. And the assumption here is if more models agree on a future condition, then those outcomes would be considered more likely and something we should be more concerned about planning for. But if one or a few models suggest outcomes, those are still plausible. And any outcome in between the model outcomes is also plausible, as are outcomes beyond those suggested by the models, but those would be considered even less likely. So this gives us a sense of trying to understand with more certainty in what range we should be thinking about temperature and precipitation changes for early mid-century. Next slide. And here's where I'd need you to pull up DWR 1408A so we can see the animation. So what you're going to see here is that ellipse of climate uncertainty floating up from the bottom of the screen to the top of the screen and expanding with time. And if you can hit play or get into the presentation mode, I think it'll just start going. Yeah. See, it's thinking. There you go. So what we see there is this climate uncertainty space where we've calculated from the LOCA 2 ensemble at every 30-year period out to the end of the century. And you can see how that uncertainty space continues to expand as we go out further and further into the future, you can see how that ellipse is tilted a little bit, and you can see how the precipitation uncertainty expands at a different rate than the temperature uncertainty. And that's all we're trying to capture as we're trying to understand how things might change in the future. But this gives us a very good representation of the overall signal from those models that they're suggesting we might have to contend with in the future. Next slide, please. If you could go back to my original 1408. Sorry for that. I know that was a little bit complicated. Thanks. Perfect. Okay, so this figure shows the three 2043 LOC scenarios, their climate change, their 100-year climate change factor, as the blue dot, the black dot, and the gray dot. Here, I've included our 75 level of concern dot as well.
Mr. Schwartz, should there be a graphic here? We may need to.
Yeah, next slide.
Be having a technical challenge here.
Okay, there you go. So
Okay,
there's
great.
the blue and the black and the gray dots representing our different climate scenarios. In comparison to the LOCA 2 model climate change factors, the smaller purple, yellow, and red dots in the background there that helped inform those ellipses. We see that the 2043 level of concern scenario dots systematically explore that Gaussian distribution, those ellipses, moving out from the center, the blue dot, in the direction of most stress on the system. That's really aligned perpendicular to those red lines, those red bars of declining system performance. And that's a key point of what the LOC designations mean and why we use them. It's really not tractable for DWR to evaluate every potential combination of future climate change. So we've attempted to systematically select combinations that follow the slope of greatest stress on the system. That's the line running perpendicular to those red stripes along the figure. And that's why those black and gray dots move out in that direction in those increments. Next slide, please. Or sorry, if we can just stay on that slide for a moment. Now let's get into one of Mr. Lucas's main critiques with DWR's methodology. The smaller dots on this figure, the yellow, red, and purple ones, are drawn from the LOCA 2 climate models, plotted using DWR's method of variant averaging and trending. Mr. Lucas has raised significant questions about that approach. Next slide. Mr. Lucas suggested that DWR's variant averaging and trending systematically narrowed the view of plausible future climate space. We believe the steps in our workflow are necessary in order to not impart excess variability into the scenarios. But let's just explore what it would look like if we hadn't taken those steps. On the left is the way we did it, and on the right is the way he would like us to have done it. Mr. Lucas is apparently concerned that our method removes so much noise that it might actually be removing signal. We're concerned that the method on the right, suggested by Mr. Lucas, leaves too much noise in and would result in unrealistic expressions of climate change and natural variability when mapped onto the historical variability. Fortunately, we can easily evaluate which one is true. I'll do that in the next two slides. Next slide, please. So the upper left corner shows the distribution of climate model points using DWR's variant averaging and linear trending method. We think this is the distilled climate signal. The result is that only about 4% of modeled outcomes lie beyond the 2043 LOC 95 value. This makes sense because we've represented the 95 LOC to mean that we think only about 5% of modeled outcomes will be worse than the 95 LOC scenario, and so 1 out of 27 fits that description. The lower right shows the points plotted without variant averaging or applying a linear trend. to the data to calculate the change in temperature and precipitation. This is Mr. Lucas's suggestion. And we think this includes far too much natural variability and noise. Here we see many more points, and they're more scattered around because they incorporate this natural variability. About 25% lie in areas of worse performance than the 2043 LOC 95 scenario. Again, we don't agree with this approach, but if we took this approach, the one suggested by Mr. Lucas, we would still say that the 2043 LOC 95 represents a climate that is as stressful or more stressful for the system than 75% of all climates represented in the LOCA 2 ensemble, which is exactly in line with the AHO's request for additional information issued October 10th, 2025. But even that isn't really a fair comparison because the climate change factors being plotted for the LOC scenarios, the large gray, black, and blue dots, represent the 100-year change factors from DWR scenarios, while the smaller dots represent only 30-year change factors pulled from the models. DWR's 100-year scenario, inside of that, there are actually many 30-year periods, right, which have this representation of natural variability. There's actually 78 overlapping 30-year periods. So a good comparison of whether DWR scenarios are representing the full plausible range of potential climate outcomes that would include natural variability and climate signal and noise would be to plot each of the 30-year periods in DWR's LOC 95 scenario next to the outcomes from the climate models. Next slide. So I've done that here. Now, in this figure, those blue squares, the little blue squares, represent the climate change, the 30-year climate change factors for each of the 30-year periods within DWR's 100-year run. So now those blue squares are really estimating those climate change factors with noise and climate signal on top of them, which is more analogous to what the just pulling the 30-year climate periods out from each of these climate models would represent. Now we see that the LOCA 95 scenario encompasses a much larger range of conditions and in fact delivers a 30-year period that is very extreme, hotter and drier than 122 of the 125 CMIP6 LOCA 2 outcomes with no averaging and no linear trending, as Mr. Lucas has requested. A 30-year climate change factor of negative 11% precipitation and 2.1 degrees C hotter. So the take-home message is our averaging method did not remove too much climate signal. In fact, we're delivering exactly what Mr. Lucas has been asking for, which is a 30-year period that is 10% or so, 8 to 10% drier. Let me show you where that amount of climate change actually shows up on Mr. Lucas's approximate plausible climate space. Next slide. Here it is, that blue square at the extreme edge of his plausible climate space and toward the upper end of the temperature space. Again, I want to reiterate that I was not able to reproduce this yellow box from the citation or provided data. And I don't believe that the extent goes as warm as Mr. Lucas is representing here. From my analysis, it would only go to about 2.6 degrees, as shown on my previous slides. But nevertheless, this is plotting out at a very extreme level in his purported climate plausibility space. Next slide. And I'm going to actually skip the next slide in the interest of time. So we don't have to just look at those 30-year periods in these models. Let's actually look at shorter drought periods that would be occurring within the 100-year run of calcium. And that would provide drier conditions and that would most stress the system. So here, the blue bars are representing the driest 3-year period from every climate model in the LOCA 2 hybrid archive with no filtering, no variant averaging. I haven't taken out any of the models. This is the entire archive. And I've even included all the years, all the way out to the end of the century. So you're getting much more warming than what we would expect to see in the early mid-century. And yet there is only one model that produces a 3-year period that is drier than the 3-year period that we simulate in the LOC 95 2043 scenario. And then there's one period that is equally dry. All other models cannot reproduce the extremeness of the 3-year drought that we're producing in our scenario. Next slide. And we further looked at 5-year droughts, 10-year droughts, 15-year droughts, and 20-year droughts. And in this case, there wasn't a single drought period in any of these models that was as dry as what we're simulating in the LOC 95 scenario. The point of all this is very clear. The DWR 2043 LOC 95 is a very extreme scenario that includes 3, 5, 10, 15, 20, and 30-year periods that are extremely hot and dry. The scenario, in fact, stresses the system in ways that no LOCA 2 climate scenario would. And in fact, the LOC scenarios as a whole provide an extremely efficient set of scenarios for exploring a very wide range of potential climate conditions that California may experience between now and the end of the century. And they do it in ways that the climate models fail to do. So Mr. Lucas's claim that DWR scenarios underestimate future variability and change is simply contradicted by the facts. Next slide. One more minor point of rebuttal. Mr. Lucas criticizes us for not evaluating severe enough drought. But even his own analysis, this is slide 34 and 35 from Land 68R and figure 15 from Land 67, shows that DWR's 2043 95 LOC scenario provides a scenario that explores deeper, more extreme droughts for every drought length from 1 to 30 years. That's his figure, his analysis. It shows that droughts of 3 to 5 years, those that are the most impactful for California, are made about 10 to 20% drier. Mr. Lucas attempts to show that adding 14 years of flow from the turn of the century would yield a different conclusion. The data he wants to add are deemed too unreliable to be used for most water resources analysis, so we don't agree with adding them. But even when it is added, it only makes a slight difference. Mr. Lucas's claim that the slight deviation in 20-year drought severity shown in that black line in the bottom figure, dipping below the orange line for that short period there, indicates that the LOC 95 scenario is insufficiently extreme. But that blip is of little consequence because all other drought lengths remain unchanged. Importantly, 20-year drought length is a key metric for testing water system operations on the Colorado system, but it is not a key metric of importance in California. The reason is that Colorado's reservoirs hold multiple years, up to 5 years of river flow, where California's reservoirs generally can hold less than 1 year of flow. Next slide, please. Finally, one last point. Dr. Paulson attempts to show in her figure 6, the bar charts on the right, that the efficacy of DCP diminishes with more severe climate changes. Apparently attempting to say, look, if DCP provides less value under an extreme climate, it is maladaptive and should not be built. I think the data show the exact opposite. It's true that exports go down with future climate. This will be a challenge across all water supplies, not just Delta exports. In fact, the state estimates that it could lose about 10% of all water supplies, 9 million acre feet within 20 years. But the value, the percent of total deliveries holds steady for DCP. And because the value of each acre foot increases as supplies decrease, the total value of the project holds steady or even increases. And further, model deliveries are limited by demand. So wet year deliveries could likely be increased if other investments are made, making the project even more valuable. We've showed this definitively in the State Water Project Adaptation Strategy, which is in the record as DWR 126. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I will go ahead and turn to the room. I think I have Ms. Meserve listed first, but I don't know if that is in fact the preferred order. So I will look to the room to see who has questions for Mr. Schwartz first. Ms. Meserve, are you expecting to go first?
Yeah, I think that's the lineup. It'll be
Great.
me and then Ms. Desjardins and then Ms. Tabor, I believe. And yeah, it just with respect to the remarks that were outside of the written testimony, was your comment was that we would just bring that up in our written objections.
Yes, that I think we've dealt with some of those in the past, and that's probably the most effective way.
Certainly.
And I see, and I'm just going to pause right here because I see Mr. Cho has a hand. He's probably just wanting to join us as a panelist here. Mr. Cho, you're welcome to make your appearance.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Austin Cho for North Delta Water Agency et al. I could have maybe 2 to 3 minutes of questions for Mr. Schwartz, if possible. I'm happy to slot in whenever it's convenient.
Okay, let me know if you have a preference at all, but it looks like we will be going for the rest of the day, I anticipate. So we can slot you in. Thank you, Mr. Cho.
Thank you.
And Ms. Desjardins, did you have a comment on our timing here?
Yeah, I did want to ask whether questions on Mr. Schwartz's testimony about Colorado will be allowed. Obviously, those could be stricken if the testimony on if the oral testimony on Colorado, but it was significantly beyond the written testimony, and an objection was raised.
For the
let's see.
record, Mr. Schwartz does talk about Colorado. I'm not sure what the questions are, but there are 2 references, at least to Colorado in his testimony. So I'm not sure if it's in or out of the scope. I'm not sure what's going to be asked, but I just wanted to raise that as a point of clarification.
Thank you. So it sounds like, and I could flip back, but it sounds like we should consider questions about Colorado for now to be within the scope, so fair game. But I will try to take a look at this. Your objection is noted, Ms. Meserve. If I have something, it's a little hard to do without the transcript and everything, as you know, in front of us. I don't want to, if we can shorten our time on cross-examination by avoiding Colorado River questions, I would do that, but it sounds like it may be within the scope, so you better go ahead and ask them.
I did have an important clarification, so I pulled up Mr. Schwartz's written testimony, and the word Colorado comes up 2 places. Both, the first was water sources in the state, including Colorado River water, and the other one describes the post-2026 Colorado Reservoir Operations Draft EIS. So there is no reference to Colorado climate science. It's with reflect to Colorado water supply. But Mr. Schwartz did testify beyond that scope significantly in oral testimony.
So we are left with that. So
I
Ms.
would move
Desjardins,
that we either strike that testimony now or allow questions on it that could be stricken later.
right, that's exactly the predicament I'm in because I don't have the transcript in front of me. It's a little difficult to do on this.
And I'm not I'm not prepared to ask questions about that,
Okay.
as it was surprise testimony to me.
Right.
Yeah, I think maybe the fairest thing is to treat it as surprise testimony.
Well,
rather
I'm
Well, I
going
have
to
to
object
look
to
at
that
it.
because there's.
Talk on the fly.
I have
I
to
think we
look
should
at
just
the transcript.
proceed.
Yes,
Yep.
so I have to look at the transcript. Noted the concern about being able to explore that topic and not knowing, whether it's in or out. So let's see how we proceed today and how far we get. If we end up having to break, I can take a look at this. I can take a look at the transcript and have a ruling for you before we reconvene. So
I also wanted to say I would be happy to have Austin Cho slot in after Ms. Meserve, if that would be appropriate.
great. Thank you. Then with that, I think it's back to you, Ms. Meserve.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Schwartz. The first question I had has to do with if we could bring up the testimony. It's DWR 1400. I just think there might be a missing word in a sentence, and I just wanted to make sure we had the full testimony. So it's on page 17, lines 6 through 8. And so it's that sentence, Mr. Schwartz, that begins with the and. I read it a few times, and I'm just giving you the opportunity to add a word if I'm missing something, or you don't need to. I just wasn't sure what was intended.
You're just talking about the last sentence there?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I think it results in scenarios with more extreme drought sequences than those produced by the climate models. I think that's what I meant to say. That the scenarios we're producing have more extreme drought sequences than those produced by the climate models.
Okay, you're just referring back. Okay, got it. Other question I had similarly was on page 23, page lines 10 to 11. You on 11 there, you say is not important for assessing posteriori if a scenario is generated, which that term seems to refer to like facts. Is that how you mean to, is that what you mean by that?
So the point that I was trying to make there is that we can, after the fact, a posteriori, we can look at the drought sequences that were generated in a scenario and compare them back to the climate models as I have done. And so it's not important for assessing whether the scenario is extreme after you've created the scenario. You can then go compare it back to the primary source.
Thank you for that clarification. And then if we could go please to page 15 of the same document and paragraph 38. And here, Mr. Schwartz, you state that the climate period approach is the approach DWR has always taken with all generations of calcium, right?
That's correct.
And Ms. Mullen, I'm going to ask you to bring up an exhibit that we have from Mr. Lucas's testimony, Land 55, which is DWR's 2018 climate change guidance. And maybe scroll down a little bit. And you're familiar with this report, Mr. Schwartz?
I am.
Okay. And could we please go to PDF page 47 of this report? And let's see, I think we have to scroll down to the second to last paragraph of this page, please. Which, do you see the part, Mr. Schwartz, that it refers to preserving the historical interannual variability? Looking.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's at the very bottom of the second to last paragraph.
Additionally, the comment. Yes, I see that.
Now, this limitation on exploring future changes in interannual variability, that would exist regardless of how long DWR has used the climate period approach, wouldn't it?
It would, although since this study was issued, we've improved our methodology. Our weather generator allows us to make that interannual variability even more extreme than we were able to in 2018 when this was written. And so, yes, it's still following the historical sequence of wet and dry years, but they are much more extreme in terms of their magnitude than what was even possible back in these days.
Thank you.
And I think I've represented that that we're creating droughts that are more severe than anything even in the Loca 2 archive.
Ms. Mullen, could we please go back to DWR 1400 and go to page 16? And at the top of the page there, Calcium 3 is only configured to run climate period analysis, not transient analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And Calcium 3's climate period only configuration restricts DWR to representing exactly one 30-year averaged climate period climate signal per scenario rather than a time evolving range of conditions, correct?
Yep. I mean, we could use any, you said 30-year period. It could be any length of period, but I think your point is that, yes, whatever factors you're going to apply, that would be applied to the entire run.
And DWR has in prior planning studies supplemented the historical record with multi-century tree ring paleo proxy data before applying climate change factors, hasn't it?
In one study, we did do that. That was not using calcium 3, however. That's never been used for calcium 3.
Ms. Mullen, we're going to go now, please, to Mr. Schwartz's PowerPoint presentation, DWR 1408, please. And we're going to go to slide 13, if you will. And we discussed the yellow box in your presentation, which shows the full range of long-term changes in temperature and precipitation changes as analyzed by DWR from the CMIP 6 Loca 2 hybrid model data for 2043, right?
Correct. Well, for the period centered on 2043, it's not a single year has been represented.
Fair enough. And the blue box at the upper left is the blue X at the upper left of the box is the most stressful combination of modeled long-term temperature changes, which is about 2.4 degrees Celsius, and a precipitation change of about -4%. Is that correct?
No, not exactly. That is the intersection of the line of the demarcating the hottest model in the entire archive and the driest model in the entire archive. But there is no individual model that produces anywhere near that result.
Okay, but the X marks the location, the visual location where that could be signified.
What signify? Can you be more specific?
Well, I think I was just trying to clarify the X, you're trying to mark on the diagram where those two things could be. You disagreed
Correct.
that it had been modeled, so I'm just trying to give you a question you can answer.
It is the demarcation of the hottest model output and the driest model output.
And you say this particular outcome is vanishingly unlikely, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then if we could please go back to the testimony DWR 1400, page 22, and we're going to go to paragraph 56, please. In your SIR rebuttal, you further say that no model actually projects this level of climate change, and that the probability of this particular outcome is far too remote for responsible public investment planning, right?
That's correct.
Are these judgments that you made about the likelihood of this outcome, the 4% long-term decrease in precip and a 2.4 centigrade increase in temperature, based on any other data or evidence besides the CMIP6 LOCA2 hybrid data set as DWR analyzed it?
That would be the key source of information that I base that on. That's correct.
How many global climate models are represented in the CMIP6 LOCA2 hybrid data set as DWR analyzed it?
It's 11 models total. 11 different models.
Do you know how, is it from 8 to 11 models, or is it 11?
There are 11 different models in the archive that we use.
Do you know how the 11 models that DWR analyzed in terms of their long-term precipitation and temperature changes for the project area compare to the spread of the large subset of CMIP6 climate models?
I don't understand the question. What is the large subset of climate CMIP6? Sorry, I don't understand your question.
One moment. Well, I guess when you say that there is no model that projects this level of climate change, which you said before when we talked about the X, right?
Mm-hmm.
You are referring to the 11 climate models that DWR analyzed, right?
Yes.
And on line 5 there of this paragraph, you refer to responsible public investment planning. If as you say, on this page, the yellow box represents the bookend extremes of what might be plausible, do you think planning around those possibilities represented in the yellow box is not within responsible public investment planning?
Objection, misstates testimony.
Will you run it again, please, Ms. Meserve?
Okay.
I know it's long. That's why.
We can look at the, I guess, maybe scroll down if you would, please, Ms. Mullen, just so that he can see the box. Do you think that that planning around the possibilities represented in the yellow box would not be responsible public investment planning?
I think what I mean to say is it's really a question of how extreme is extreme enough. Taking that blue X and saying, oh, if a project somehow fails to deliver value or as much value at that blue X, then we should not build it. Would not be responsible planning. I mean, this is like just a question of risk management, right? And it's not the way we do public policy risk management or the way we live our lives either. So like we can think about this in how we live our lives, right? Let's compare it to something we all understand. Let's say there's a plausible future out there in which DCP does not provide any value. Let's say it's at that blue X. And we estimate the likelihood of that future at something pretty remote, 1% chance. That means that 99 out of 100 plausible futures show DCP providing significant value and one where it provides no value. Should we scrap it and start looking for a new solution that works for 100% of futures? I mean, we don't live our lives this way either, right? We all know that there's a very bad but plausible outcome every time we get into the car, right? And actually, it turns out that the lifetime risk of that outcome, according to the National Safety Council, is about 1 in 100. But we all get into our cars every day. We accept that risk because the vast majority of the outcomes make our lives better and allow us to live more dynamic lives. The point is that we've explored a range of plausible future climates, some quite extreme and some quite likely. In each of those climates, we've explored droughts and wet periods, and DCP performs well across all of them. So we need to focus on the robustness of this performance, not some magical worst case scenario. That's all I meant by that.
And what is your educational experience with respect to public investment planning?
I have a master's degree in water resource planning. I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering, and I've been working on state water resource planning for 20 years. It's all in my CV.
Right, but does that include the financial considerations or any kind of economic training?
I don't think I represented that I had economic training.
And do you have any training in risk management?
Yeah. I mean, I think my career has been focused on risk management, decision making, and decision making under deep uncertainty.
And you gave the example of getting in the car, but who would be the people taking the risk under the scenario that you're discussing in terms of making the investment in the DCP?
I guess in this case, it would be the folks having to pay for it.
Could we please go to page 19 of this same document, please? And you refer here, Mr. Schwartz, to a book called Decision Making Under Deep Uncertainty.
Yes.
And you have the website where it's located, but you didn't make it an exhibit. I had a question about the book itself, so I did make it into an exhibit, which I uploaded to the Contra Costa FTP site, and I put it as CCC 19. If we could please go to that. And I'm assuming, Mr. Schwartz, since you cited it, you're familiar with this book.
I mean, it's a large volume.
We're working on it. Just
Yeah,
a moment, please.
I feel like I should give the prior notice to Ms. Mullen. Okay, all right, so here's the book. And then the authors listed here. Let's see. Well, actually, could we please go to chapter 12, which is PDF page 260? Jeez. I think it's actually going to be 255. And the authors here for this chapter, did they also collaborate with DWR on the 2019 decision scaling evaluation of climate change driven hydrologic risk to the state water project report?
They did.
Do you recall?
Well, not all of them, the first 4 authors.
Okay. Yeah, was it Brown, Ray, and Wee?
Yeah, and we've collaborated with Schneider as well
Okay.
extensively.
And then did that 2019 study, which is Exhibit Land 57, by the way, inform the analyses that you showed today about the stress testing and response surfaces?
Yeah, I mean, that was our first experience with doing this kind of decision scaling work. It was an early iteration that we've improved on since then.
And
it did not use calcium, that analysis. We've improved it now to the point of using calcium. So it's a significant difference in those studies.
And then could we please go, Ms. Mullen, to 262 of this? Be right. Oh, I'm sorry, 262. Okay. I must have my PDF pages wrong. It's 257. Okay, and I'm looking at the paragraph, Mr. Schwartz, that starts with the most common approach. And it's referring to the general circulation model simulations, which you do discuss in both of your testimonies. And let's see. Could you read that? Well, yeah, getting it bigger is great. Could you take a look at that paragraph and just tell me when you're finished?
Okay.
And can you explain what, in your opinion, the authors meant by the sentence that's around the middle of that paragraph that says they do not, referring to the GCM models, simulations, it says they do not explore the full range of climate changes, but rather the minimum range of the maximum uncertainty?
Yeah, I think that they mean that if you just start your analysis with a global climate model outcome, even an extreme climate model outcome selected from the ensemble, you're missing something about other possibilities. This is actually exactly why we do the system stress testing that we do, and that's recommended by these authors. And we start with that before we even look at the global climate models as individual ensemble members.
In your review of Mr. Lucas's rebuttal testimony, did he raise a similar point that even the full spread of projected climate changes from a large climate model ensemble is not guaranteed to encompass the actual future climate changes?
Yeah, I think that's he did say that. Yeah.
Let's see. We could please go back to the PowerPoint testimony, Ms. Mullen, which is DWR 1408, and we're going to be at slide 19. Thank you. In this slide, you emphasize comparing apples to apples, that is, change factors derived from the 30-year periods compared to change factors derived from the 30-year periods, right?
Yep.
Could we go to the next slide, 20, please? In this slide, it appears you compare the change factor derived from a 30-year period, which is shown in the blue star, with the change factor derived from a 50-year period, which is shown by the yellow shaded box, right?
That's correct. That was the data I had from him. You're right. It's not apples to apples.
Okay.
But it's certainly somewhere in between the 100-year, which is the pink and green and yellow box, and the 30-year, which is the blue star. And again, I couldn't recreate his box anyway from the change. So it was just meant to try to bring it back to his purported plausible range of uncertainty. And if I think the previous slide, which actually has the extracted LOCA 2 30-year change factors on it, is a better comparison because that is apples to apples.
And could we please go to the next slide, 21? And this slide has the same comparison we saw in slide 20, but it has the 8 river index, April through July, response service in the background, right?
That's correct.
And do you think the comparison on slide 21 is an apples to apples comparison?
Not exactly. This was just, and I skipped over this in my testimony, but the point I would have made here was just that upper left corner, if it even really represents some worse climate state that we could be in, is still generally in the same level of performance of the system. It doesn't actually expose the system to a worse level of performance.
And if we can go to slide 22. On the left side of this slide, you refer to the all 125 CMIP6 LOCA 2 hybrid models. Would it be more accurate to say that these are 125 projections from
that is,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a model with an emission scenario with an initial conditions run.
And can we please go to slide 23? On this slide, you show the 125 projections from the CMIP 6 LOCA 2 hybrid models do not contain the dry extremes of precip at the timescales that are as extreme as the droughts depicted in the 2043 LOC scenario, right?
That's correct.
And on this same slide, you say if DWR had used Mr. Lucas's preferred approach, DWR would have evaluated less extreme conditions. When you say preferred approach, are you referring to a transient approach that uses year-to-year sequences from the climate model?
Yeah, I guess that was a little bit of an assumption about what Mr. Lucas is actually suggesting we do here. But had we used a individual model run with an emission scenario and an initial condition and used a transient run of that simulation, we would not have gotten any deeper droughts. That's what this shows. This is essentially every single drought sequence running through all of those models, emission scenarios. If we hadn't done the variant averaging, if we hadn't done the linear trending, if we hadn't mapped it onto a climate period, historical climate period, if we hadn't done any of those things that we do, we would have ended up with something in these blue histograms, which is not as severe as what we've modeled.
Not including the approach used by DWR that you have presented on, is the transient approach the only approach or methodology that Mr. Lucas recommends DWR to consider or explore in his rebuttal testimony?
No, I mean, he suggests that we take a look at a number of different places. And I think, that's what I mean by quibbling over individual steps and picking at individual processes and steps. But then if you look at the actual output, the droughts that this methodology delivers, it's unquestionably dry and it is unquestionably extreme. So, experts can disagree about each of those steps and what we should have done. And I'm sure he would have taken different steps than what we did. But at the end of the day, what we've produced stands up to any comparison with other approaches in terms of delivering an actual dry or extreme representation of what climate change could bring.
And Ms. Mullen, could we pull up land 67 and navigate to page 26, if it would be. I just want to make sure we're correctly listing the approaches that Mr. Lucas suggested in addition to the transient.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, let's see, it's the paragraph 74 and 75. Well, I'm not sure if there's a way to see them both, but Mr. Schwartz, can you please, did Mr. Lucas suggest using multiple climate model data sets and downscaling methods, for instance?
Objection outside of the scope calls for speculation.
Well, Mr. Schwartz's testimony has, the way we understood it, seemed to indicate that Mr. Lucas only suggested a transient approach. And so I'm trying to point to some other feedback that Mr. Lucas had regarding DWR's approach to climate.
I thought Mr. Schwartz just testified that he did not think that the transient approach was Mr. Lucas's only definition, so we may need to back up a little bit.
Okay. I honestly wasn't sure if the things Mr. Schwartz mentioned were within these two paragraphs.
see.
that I had in my notes, so that's why I went to them. If Mr. Schwartz wants to review the 2 paragraphs and see if there's anything else he should mention in his answer, that's really all I'm asking.
I'm gonna reiterate my objection.
Noted. I'll allow we can go here. Mr. Schwartz, if you need us to scroll down, just let us know.
He he suggests that we could have looked at a number of other data sources and approaches and methodologies. I didn't disagree with that. We could have. There's always other ways of doing something so complicated. I think I will reiterate my conclusion here is that what's important here is to look at what is
I'm going to cut you off.
actually delivered
I
by
want
the
you to
scenario.
focus on the question, just if we could, just to finish it off. Could we go to the next paragraph, please?
And I'm just sorry. I think it's fair for the witness to finish his answer.
response, yeah.
He's repeating something he already said. I'm trying to answer this one question, which is, what are the other things that Mr. Lucas suggested?
Which is
And
outside the
yeah,
scope of his
it is not
serve
outside
rebuttal.
the scope.
I'm
because-
allowing the question, so Mr. Schwartz, please, if you have anything else to add based on our review here.
I mean, I disagree with the fact that he's saying that the 2043-95 LOC, I mean, it's not a worst case scenario, merely not optimistic, but it is extremely extreme. And I would never represent any scenario as being worst case. It's an insane moniker, because whatever you say is the worst case, I can develop a scenario that's even a little bit worse, and then that's the worst case. So this magical out there, somehow worse than what we've evaluated scenario, yes, of course, there are scenarios that would show something even worse, and they would be even less likely.
Okay. That concludes my questioning. Thank you so much, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. I believe with that, well, let's see. It's probably a good time for a break. We've been going for almost 2 hours. And then we'll pick up with Mr. Cho. Does that work for you, Mr. Cho?
I'm fine either way. I literally have maybe 3 minutes of questions, but I can go afterwards.
Okay, let's do that then. We will reconvene at 2:34. Thank you. All right, welcome back. I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I'm Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Wonderful, thank you. And I see we have Mr. Schwartz, Ms. Carroll, and Mr. Cho. So with that, I will look to you, Mr. Cho.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schwartz. How are you doing today?
Good, thanks.
Great. My name is Austin Cho. I'm counsel for the North Delta Water Agency, as well as Reclamation Districts 999, 2060, and 2068. I just had a few brief questions for you relating to your testimony today. This afternoon, while discussing Mr. Lucas's rebuttal testimony on temperature and precipitation changes, you stated, everyone who's taken a high school statistics class knows that if you take an average of 100 points, you're going to get a smaller variance than if you take an average of 50 points. So this isn't a fair comparison at all. Do you recall making that statement?
Yes.
Could you please elaborate on why the comparison is unfair?
In the context of climate change,
Is that a question, I guess, Mr. Cho, is that what you intend in the context of climate change?
In the context of Mr. Schwartz's testimony, I mean, that sentence did not contain the words climate change, but if that's how you understand it, please go ahead.
I mean, I think the analysis that I provided showing how within that 100-year series of a 100-year sequence that DWR evaluates, you can pull out 30-year periods that have much more variability between them than the longer period average. So if you take like all of those 30-year period averages, they have a bunch of variability in them, from negative 11% precipitation to periods that are actually slightly wetter. That just when we refer to the 1.8 degrees warmer and 2%, 1.8 degrees wetter or drier, that is a 100-year change factor, and that within that there are multiple 30-year periods with variability in their change factors. That's all I meant by that.
So what did you mean when you say that if you take an average of 100 points, you get a smaller variance than an average of 50 points?
If a 50-point data set has a standard deviation among it, and you sample the smaller the sample you take from that 50 points, the larger the chance of getting variation. It's the same concept of going into a casino and thinking you're going to win at blackjack, right? You can win on the short term. That's a small sample of variability, and you can hit blackjack 3 times in a row and win a bunch of money. But over the long haul, if you resample that over and over again, the house is going to win. You're going to return to the actual distribution of those points the more you sample.
And so you characterized trying to compare, say, a 50-point average to a 100-point average as an apples to oranges comparison?
Correct.
Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up Exhibit DWR 142R, page 46? Thank you. And Mr. Schwartz, recognizing you may not be familiar with Mr. Singh's rebuttal testimony, do you see starting at line 8 of this page, Mr. Singh states that the use of a monthly average analysis of salinity measurements does not produce a materially different result from the use of a 14-day mean analysis?
objection outside the scope, as the analysis that Mr. Schwartz was talking about was climate change, and this is specifically with calcium modeling and or DSM-2.
Yeah, I would just say it has to do with whether there's a large standard deviation in the underlying data set, whether a smaller sample will make a difference or not. In the climate change data set, it has a large standard deviation, so it does make a difference. This may not in this case here.
So you don't see any issue with analyzing salinity impacts by applying a monthly average of salinity to a 14-day mean standard?
Objection, completely outside the scope.
I will sustain that. I think we've ventured outside of climate here.
That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. And with that, I believe we turn to Ms. Desjardins. Are you ready to ask Mr. Schwartz your questions, Ms. Desjardins?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. To you then.
Okay, Ms. Mullen, could you bring up exhibit DWR 1408R, page 11? Or I'm sorry, page 14. So Mr. Schwartz, you previously testified about this slide, which was made using your decision scaling methodology. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, could you bring up Land 57, DWR's 2019 decision scaling methodology report? Mr. Schwartz, is this report entitled Decision Scaling Evaluation of Climate Change Driven Hydrologic Risk to the State Water Project, final report?
Yes.
And this is a report documenting the decision scaling methodology?
As I mentioned earlier, this is an earlier iteration of this methodology, but yes.
Okay. Please, and are you an author of this report?
Yes, I was.
Okay, please go to page 15. Then scroll down to where it says drought. Mr. Schwartz, did you write in this report that drought conditions in California are increasing in intensity and length?
Objection outside the scope of his rebuttal testimony.
I can go back to show where it is inside the scope if you'd like.
Let's not. Please, Mr. Schwartz, if you would respond to the question. Objection's overruled.
I mean, I don't, it's a citation from another study that was done in 2015. This was written 7 years ago, 8 years ago. I don't remember if I wrote that or not, but I do see that it's written there. Yes.
Does it state that a warm west, cool east, tropical Pacific sea surface that does it reference sea surface temperature forcing and a warm west, cool east, tropical Pacific sea surface temperature pattern from 2012 to 2014 and state that it sustained a high pressure ridge over the west coast that suppressed precipitation during 3 winters?
It does say that.
Mr. Schwartz, did you follow subsequent research on the warm west, cool east, tropical Pacific sea surface temperature pattern?
Again, objection outside the scope of this testimony.
Let's go ahead, Ms. Desjardins, if you would tie us back. Where are you going with this in relation to Mr. Schwartz's rebuttal? Please.
Well, this is specifically with respect to Mr. Schwartz's testimony that 95th percentile level of concern methodology analyzes it doesn't analyze extreme extreme scenarios that are outside of the range of probability. And observations are very important.
So we're exploring this document to,
Now, it's prior statements by Mr. Schwartz. I can just go with him having recognized this.
okay.
So I will tie it back later. So Mr. Schwartz, does it following this, it states this recent event indicates that better understanding of the climatological causes of persistent North Pacific ridging events might be crucial to anticipating future severe drought in California. And cites Daniel Swain.
It says that. Yeah. Better understanding. Yeah.
So I wanted to go to slide 6 of your PowerPoint. And let's go back to DWR 1408R. I'm sorry, that's not. So Mr. Schwartz, where you state what's included in the scenario, you state changes in the atmosphere driven by higher temperatures are included. But does the 2043 scenario include increased ridging?
It would, we don't specifically model synoptic patterns like that in this approach. However, the precipitation signals that are driven by such ridging patterns, like what we saw in the 2012-2014 period, first of all, are in the historical record. And so those specific events get resampled and made worse. And all historical events which would have represented that ridging pattern are also resampled and made worse by hotter and drier overall conditions. So yes, I would say that that ridging pattern is accounted for.
So Mr. Schwartz, I'd like to go to exhibit DDJ 73. And Mr. Schwartz, this is one of the peer-reviewed papers that you authored on the weather generator methodology, correct? That you're using to scale. And so let's go to exhibit, figure 11 on page, I'm trying to find my notes. Page 10 of the PDF. That paper reported a finding of a statistically significant increasing trend in weather regime 3, did it not?
It did.
And is weather regime
it also represented statistically significant trends in and multiple other weather regimes over the last 40 years or so. But yes.
And are weather regime 8, weather regime 9, and weather regime 10 the warm season weather regimes?
Objection outside the scope of this testimony.
Mr. Schwartz expanded his testimony to say it reported an increase in multiple weather regimes, so this clarifies that statement that is in its oral testimony.
Sure, let's go there. Mr. Schwartz, please.
I believe so. It's been a minute since I've reviewed this. I can't remember exactly which weather regimes apply to which seasons of the year off the top of my head.
Mr. Schwartz, let's scroll to the top, but scroll to the bottom of the previous page. Up a little, I want to catch the last sentence. So Mr. Schwartz, it states on the bottom of the paragraph on the right, you see where it states, as the vast majority of precipitation occurs in the cold season, the increased frequency of WR3. Let's scroll down to the continuation of that sentence. Has the largest implications for recent changes in California weather. Do you see that?
I do.
And so you were co-author on this peer-reviewed paper. So do you think the increase in this regime is significant for California for meteorological conditions?
Relevance.
I can go back and show you where it is if you'd like.
Let's go there then, please, Ms. Desjardins.
So let's go to page 8 of your DWR 1408. Yes. So Mr. Schwartz, regarding your workflow, it states DWR is using 3 of the 5 modules of the WGen. One model can't yet be used because CalSim 3 is not currently configured to use it. One module is not yet supported by science. What modules were those referring to?
So the 3 modules that we're using is the adjustment to temperature, the adjustment to average precipitation, and the adjustment to Clausius-Clapeyron scaling, the so-called ability of a warmer atmosphere to hold more water. So we're adjusting all 3 of those. And then the 2 modules that we don't use, the one module that allows us to generate synthetic time series statistical representations of other hydrology sequences or meteorological sequences. That's not yet supported by CalSim. We don't have a workflow that allows us to bring in a completely novel historical or synthetic meteorological sequence yet. And the 5th module is one that we talked about in my last testimony and cross-examine was the ability to turn the dial on what we call dynamic climate change. So if the Clausius-Clapeyron scaling is thermodynamic climate change, dynamic climate change refers to kind of long-term changes and synoptic patterns and where the jet stream sets up and would control for the relative frequency of these weather regimes that you seem to be getting at. And that, while we do see some migration in those weather regimes, if you look at those over longer periods, they do seem to migrate back and forth or vary with time. And so whether those linear trends are accurate representations of where those are going and how that would be, how the climate models represent that and expect that to continue or reverse is a question of open science that has not been well documented. And so deploying that module, the weather generator, has been deemed not yet scientifically justified.
So, I would like to go back to DDJ 73, please, and to page 10, where the figure is. And scroll down a little to the discussion of the weather regime, please. Go further. So, Mr. Schwartz, you state there the recent increases in weather regimes 3 are consistent with the 2-decade-long drought conditions experienced over California since 2000. So there is a statement there that it's consistent with 2-decade-long drought conditions across California. Don't you think that needs to be considered?
Objection, argumentative.
I'll allow the question. Mr. Schwartz, please.
I mean, I think that we have seen in the last 4 years a reversal of that trend, and that just highlights that California has and will continue to see variations in long-term multi-decadal precipitation signals. Just like we had a 2-decade drought sequence, we will continue to see, and then it seems to be potentially migrating back to a wetter sequence. And we have seen that in the historical record. We have seen that in our paleo records. And that is one of the reasons that we use a 100-year signal, so that we can explore both drier and wetter sequences of 3, 5, 10, 15, and 20 and 30-year sequences that go through these drought conditions.
So, Mr. Schwartz, further down, you say, while we do not attempt explain the causes of the weather regimes trends observed here, we do note that recent attribution studies have highlighted possible explanations for those studs. Such trends including anthropogenic warming, citing Zhang et al. 2022, and rising aerosol emissions across Southeast Asia, citing Kuo et al. 2023.
And I think if you keep reading through this section, you'll find contradictory studies that show the opposite.
Can you point to those studies?
Objection, this is outside the scope. The witnesses testified, and if we look at paragraphs 43 and 45, the extent of this was what modules were used and not used. And we're kind of going backwards on a topic that we had extensive cross-examination on, that Ms. Desjardins was interested in the previous testimony regarding ridging, etc.
Yes, I recall that.
I can go to this another slide on 1408R that where Mr. Schwartz does testify.
Okay, let's
go back.
Please slide this back.
Yeah, let's go back to 1408R, slide 6. So, Mr. Schwartz, you testify what's included in 2043 is changes in the atmosphere driven by higher temperatures and changes in precipitation that we expect based on our best available science of how that will impact operations. Aren't the studies that you cited in your paper some of the best available science?
Objection outside the scope, vague and ambiguous as to what papers and what studies in the papers compound.
I respectfully want to object to circular objections that send me back to explain why I'm looking at a specific paper and specific citations, and then object presenting that the earlier context wasn't there.
Right. No, I understand. We're going. So my understanding, Ms. Desjardins, is you're exploring this statement here with regard to best available science, the sentence on the what's included, changes in the
Yes,
atmosphere.
and specifically also in the climate adjusted hydrology, Mr. Schwartz also claims what's included any change in the atmosphere or environment that is already having an observable impact on hydrology.
But you are exploring his standard for best available science. Is that where we're going here?
I was exploring that there's peer-reviewed science, the observations that show an increase in ridging, and two, Mr. Schwartz's own citation in a paper of scientific publications showing that the ridging might be forced.
But I'm trying to focus you, Ms. Desjardins, on asking Mr. Schwartz questions about his testimony. And so I'm trying to ground that here, which is, are these questions about what best available science is or his metric of best available science, or are we going somewhere else? Because I'm concerned we are veering off into asking Mr. Schwartz questions about, wait, I get to finish.
Yeah.
Asking Mr. Schwartz questions about a document that you've identified, which is not what we're doing here. We need to stay focused on his testimony, although you can, bring in other evidence as appropriate. So that's what I'm trying to do, is reorient us.
I generally, one is allowed to bring up contradictory statements by a witness in the context of their testimony. And this is not some random publication. It's Mr. Schwartz's own paper on this methodology.
Right. I understand that. What I'm trying to get at is, what statement of Mr. Schwartz's in his surrebuttal testimony are we examining here?
Okay, so the PowerPoint isn't enough. I need to go.
No, I'm trying to understand which statement on this PowerPoint slide, which is why I keep asking you about best available science, because you did use that term, but maybe it's a different point on the slide. Which point in the slide are we examining?
So he is stating what's included are changes in the atmosphere driven by higher temperatures and changes in precipitation that we expect based on our best available science.
Understood. And so you're asking him about his opinion about these other publications that were cited in his work, of which he was a co-author, and how that relates to this statement. Is that right?
So Mr. Schwartz, those two publications that were cited,
well, let's wait.
Yeah,
Ms. Desjardins, which two publications? Now we're talking about two publications. Which publications are you referring to?
Let's go back. Can we go back to the actual question I was asking? So TDJ 73, we lost the context. And let's go to page 10. And then he says, while we do not attempt to explain the causes of the weather regime trends observed here, we do know that recent attribution studies have highlighted possible explanations for such trends, including anthropogenic warming, Zhang et al. 2022, and rising aerosol emissions across Southeast Asia, Ko et al. 2023. So, Mr. Schwartz, you cite two peer-reviewed public attribution studies indicating possible explanation for the increase in ridging, correct?
Again, objection outside the scope. The slide that we were looking at is talking about atmosphere rate driven by higher temperatures and precipitation. And now Mr. Jordan keeps going back to discuss ridging in this paper. And in essence, the slide, all it was doing was saying what changed in the climate change scenarios.
Respectfully, Ms. Morris, you are not a climate scientist, and ridging is affected by increasing temperatures. That was a broad statement about increasing temperatures, not
So
just
where
increasing land temperatures. Yeah.
where are we? So your question, I mean, you've laid a foundation here in terms of we're looking at the sentence and these cited publications. What is your next question? Let's go to your next question. I mean, in the sense of
And
what,
so
why are we looking? What is your question for Mr. Schwartz?
I would specifically like to make a standing objection to not being able to ask a question when Mr. Schwartz is asserting that he used best available science that he has included changes in atmosphere driven by higher temperatures and changes in precipitation that we expect based on our best available science. And I do want to object to not being able to ask about two peer-reviewed papers that have the largest implications for that were consistent with a 2-decade-long drought, and
Ms.
whether he can, why he didn't consider, does he consider those to be part of best available science?
And is that your question? I was trying to get you to that,
Yes.
to that question. I'm inviting you to ask that question.
Yeah, I've been interrupted
All right.
like 10 times.
All right. Mr. Schwartz, do you have an opinion about the relationship between these two studies and your statement about best available science on the prior slide that we were viewing?
Yeah. I think these are interesting studies and important, and they're among a wide array of studies and information that we consider. And that ridging pattern is clearly something that is potentially concerning. I think the distinction here is that if you read further down in this paper, we even explore the possibility of turning this dynamic dial to play with that ridging pattern to see what would happen if we had more ridging occurring. But we had to make a number of assumptions to even run that experiment about, for instance, where if you have more ridging patterns, can you scroll back up so we can see all of these weather regimes? So 1 through 7 are the winter periods, the winter regimes, I think. Okay. So if you
Mr. Schwartz, could I interrupt you for just a minute and we could scroll up to the map? Oh, whoops, I think we have the map of the weather regimes.
This is fine. This is fine.
Okay.
If you look at this, and 1 through 7 are the winter, and you say, okay, weather regime 3 seems to be getting more common. You have to take those days that you're going to put in and say, okay, more days are going to be weather regime 3. And you have to say, where is it coming out of? What is happening in the rest of the year and all of these other things? All of these other weather regimes. How is the transition probability changing? It's not a trivial, just like, oh, this science says that we might see more ridging in the future. It is much more complicated than that to parameterize a model and tell it how exactly you want it to behave. So we've run some experiments and we've identified this as an area of future exploration, but it is not ready for, two studies do not that suggest a mechanism. We don't know how this is happening. We don't know why, how long this will persist, or if it's going to be consistent across. Nobody's done a real clear study of the climate models to look at what they are saying, whether they validate what we've been seeing in the observed record or whether they can contradict it. So this is just not ready. That's it's important science, but it's not ready to be used in this context.
Mr. Schwartz, yes, can we bring up exhibit DDJ 146, please? Oh, no, that's not the right one. I have a second DDJ 146 uploaded in my exhibit folder. Could we bring that in but renumber it as DDJ 148? Just note that I'll do that. So Mr. Schwartz, did you do a literature search on ridging? Wait, you
Sorry,
just
hearing
stated there's
officer,
no sign.
is this new? I know I see an old 146, but I don't know that we have access to this.
So this one, let's pause for a moment, Ms. Desjardins. We just need to make sure this 146 is moved over.
Yeah, I apologize about the numbering confusion.
And it just takes us a moment because I think someone has to do it who is not Ms. Mullen because she has it open. So. All right, it should be available to all. Of course, let me know if it's not, but it should be moved over. And let me just confirm.
We have it. Thank you.
Okay, great.
So,
Thank you.
Mr. Schwartz, you just said no one has done a study to see if the climate models captured this. And there actually is such a study. And I'd like to, it's called Recent Marine Heat Waves in the North Pacific Warming Pool can be attributed to rising atmospheric levels of greenhouse gases. And they did studies with and without aerosol and greenhouse gas emissions forcing, it's by some German researchers. If we can go to page 5.
That's
figure 3.
misconstruing my testimony. That's not what I said.
Also, could we ensure that the witness has seen this or is familiar with this particular study?
Mr. Schwartz, have you seen this study before or reviewed it in any way?
I don't recognize it. What is the date on it?
It's 2022.
Okay, no, I'm not familiar with this specific study.
So we'll need to be, thank you, Mr. Schwartz. We'll need to be careful, Ms. Desjardins, because it will be unproductive, I think, to ask Mr. Schwartz a lot of detailed questions about a study he has not previously read. So
I just want to go to one figure on page 5 and zoom in. Mr. Schwartz, this paper shows a detection of forced trend in 500 geopotential height, which is ridging. Does it not?
Objection calls for speculation, lacks foundation. Witness isn't familiar with the study.
I think that's fair, Ms. Desjardins. I don't think we can ask Mr. Schwartz technical questions about this. If
Mr. Schwartz just stated with absolute confidence that no one has done a study of whether models capture the increased ridging.
It's not what I said.
so
what did
Mr. Schwartz.
What did you say?
What I said is there has not been a study that shows whether the global climate model suggests that this is actually going to continue or worsen in the future, and what they project in terms of these ridging patterns. This is ERA 5 data, apparently, which would be historical reanalysis data. So I'm not sure what I'm looking at here, but this does not appear to be what I said.
The,
I know
the,
it exists.
graph A shows the observed trend in ERA 5, graph C, and it explains it in the figure caption is the detected force trend using CMUP 5 global climate models.
Is there a question there?
So this, yeah. If there is a forced trend in ridging, as this paper suggests, Mr. Schwartz, wouldn't it indicate that the ridging is likely to persist?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, speculation, lack of foundation.
Mr. Schwartz just testified that no one has done this study. This is the study.
I don't believe it is. Based on what I'm looking at.
We could go back to the abstract if you would like.
I don't think
this is a study. Yeah.
I don't think this is going to be fruitful, Ms. Desjardins, because Mr. Schwartz, I mean, we're not going to take the time to sit here and let Mr. Schwartz read and digest this paper. So I can understand. I mean, you have brought forth this exhibit for purposes of cross-exam. It's here. I assume you will offer it into evidence. I think that's as far as we can go.
I still would like to go to the abstract, but it says because that was a very comprehensive claim about the climate literature to state that nobody had shown that this was likely to continue. And this states, let's scroll down a little, Mr. Schwartz, does this not state the here detected Pacific long-term warming pool is associated with a strengthening ridge of high pressure system, which has recently emerged from the natural variability of climate system, indicating that they will provide favorable conditions over the Northeast Pacific for even more severe marine heat wave events in the future. And I would add an associated ridging.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, we've established there's no foundation. I'm not sure how we can move on from here.
Yeah, I think that's right. Ms. Desjardins, we can read the text of I mean, I can read it just as well as Mr. Schwartz. So I'm not sure what I don't think there's anything productive to be gained.
And it doesn't say anything about the future behavior of this beyond 2019 to 2021 3-year duration.
Mr. Schwartz, emergent, Mr. Schwartz just did make a statement about the study, and he is not, Mr. Schwartz, I would like to say you have not read the study. You did you do a comprehensive literature search to support your opinion that nobody had found this?
Vague and ambiguous as to this.
Did you do a comprehensive literature search to support your opinion that nobody had found an indication was using global climate model attribution studies that the ridging would continue?
I think what I said and what I believe we have done a comprehensive literature search to identify is studies that would tell us how we could actually adjust the dynamic climate change knobs in our model to represent this potential increased ridging and what that pattern would come at the expense of in a future climate and what the probability or the likelihood of those outcomes are versus other outcomes.
Mr. Schwartz, that's a significant difference. You previously testified that there were no climate model studies that indicated that this increased ridging pattern would persist. Are you changing your testimony?
I think I've been consistent with my testimony in that respect.
Mr. Schwartz, you were not familiar with this study. And it does address the emergence of ridging over the Northeast Pacific, does it
Ms.
not?
Desjardins, we've been over this. I
Yes.
don't think there's anything more to be gained for Mr. Schwartz on this particular exhibit. So let's please move to the next topic.
Okay, so I would like to go to please bring up exhibit DWR 00112 and go to PDF page 14. Just a sec. I have to find it. Can you scroll down on this page for a minute? I don't think. Try going to page 2. Mr. Schwartz, can you read, so this is for your report on evaluation and adjustment of historical data. That's the climate adjusted hydrology that you're testifying on, correct?
Correct.
And it states towards the bottom of the second paragraph, of the first paragraph, because the historical hydrological and meteorologic data over the last 100 years are used as a baseline for these stationary climate simulations, the assumption that this record is stationary must be tested and validated. And if it cannot be validated, adjustments to the approach are needed.
Yep.
Mr. Schwartz, the paper with Nazar Najibi showing the statistically increased incidence of the ridging weather regime was submitted on August 2023. And this is dated December 2023. So you knew that the frequency of ridging was increasing. How is that consistent with the meteorology being stationary?
I think you're conflating two different things. This is a stationary, whether the stream flow that we are using to drive the calcium model is stationary, and whether there are climatological changes happening, and whether there are lots of things that are happening that are non-stationary, that it is very difficult to represent those in terms of what is that doing to stream flow. So what we've been at, what the question being asked here is simply, is our stream flow changing? That 100-year baseline historically observed stream flow, is it, can we identify statistically significant trends in that stream flow that we are using to drive calcium? And if so, we need to adjust it and find some way to make those represent what we're seeing today, so that that older data is still usable. These are two different, I think, very different things that you're trying to connect.
Mr. Schwartz, isn't doesn't ridging affect precipitation, and precipitation is one of is the source of stream flows?
Objection outside the scope of Sir rebuttal.
That one seems pretty basic. I'll allow that, please.
There are dozens and dozens of physical mechanisms that are impacting stream flow that come from precipitation, from runoff. Miss Desjardins has gone through a number of them in her testimony. And the point of all of it is that it's all very academically high-minded and important. I don't really disagree with any of it being important, all right? However, the critique is a bit like Mr. Lucas's critique that the level of concern future scenarios, that they're picking at individual decisions and mechanisms to create the impression that something is missing, all right? But Mr. Desjardins, like Mr. Lucas, never shows how her method would somehow arrive at a different conclusion. In fact, while Mr. Desjardins shows a number of different graphs, she never shows a graph of what she thinks the overall CAH should have looked like. The reason is because I don't think it's really even possible to aggregate all of these factors that she's identifying into a coherent output. We've provided very clear validation metrics and shown how our method delivers on those metrics. No protestant has even referenced those validation metrics. So we're left to understand that they agree with them. Okay. If they agree with the metrics, we've not seen any evidence that protestants disagree with the method's ability to deliver on those validation metrics either. Even the Delta lead scientist summed up the comments from peer reviewers as agreeing that the new method is an improvement over previous methods and that the data and analysis are sound. So in Mr. Lucas's critique, I was able to show clearly that the method we use delivers exactly what he wants to see, but even if we use different steps to get there, the results speak for themselves. I really can't do that comparison here because Ms. Desjardins has not laid out a clear alternative approach that she's advocating for. She's just pointing to a lot of data and trends, some of it not even available at the time that we did our analysis. That's not a methodology.
So, Mr. Schwartz, I did want to go to you mentioned the peer reviewers. So please go to exhibit DWR 1400, paragraph 81 on PDF page 34. So you state most of the peer review comments cited by Ms. Desjardins are drawn from questions 3 and 4, which ask the reviewers what DWR could potentially do in the future to make the method even better. Correct?
Correct.
Mr. Schwartz, when you wrote that, did you check which section of each letter the cited comments appeared in?
I did.
So please bring up DDJ 127, Dr. Herman's letter, page 6.
Just point out that it says most of the peer review comments that you cited, but so I assume you're going to point to one that is outside of that.
So please go to page 6. That's it. So Mr. Schwartz, this is the independent peer review done by Don Herman. So can you scroll down to the paragraph where it says one aspect of the method that can introduce bias is the runoff curve. This is a statistical hydrologic model subject to many of the same concerns that the report describes about other hydrologic models used in previous studies.
Can you scroll up to show me that this is in response to question 1 or 2?
Yeah, let's scroll up.
Since that was the implication.
Yeah. Charge question, it is under
Okay.
charge question 2. So can we
Okay.
scroll back down to that paragraph? So one aspect of the method that can introduce bias is the runoff curve. It says it's a statistical model, and that the regression from annual precipitation to streamfall introduces additional uncertainty. So, Mr. Schwartz, doesn't this indicate that concerns with that Dr. Herman actually had concerns with the runoff curve that you were deriving?
I mean, I think he's pointing out that there are limitations, there are biases, there are uncertainties that come with any method that you're going to use, as he states right here, that we looked at 3 different hydrologic models. We understand very clear biases and problems with those, and we decided that it wasn't necessary to use those for a methodology that could rely entirely on observed data. We thought that would have less bias. Now, the runoff curve adjustment is, in fact, a statistical model. That's true. It potentially does introduce some biases, although, you know, when we check that against our performance metrics that we were trying to achieve, we think it does a very good job. Better than any physical model that would be out there.
So, Mr. Schwartz, when you talk about better than a physical model, you're specifically including the SAC SMA model. Is that not correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Schwartz, is I could go to your PowerPoint, the 8, let me see, I think it's page. So let's go to page 11 of Mr. Schwartz, exhibit 1408. So Mr. Schwartz, isn't this generated using SAC SMA?
Yeah, it is. And that's because it's the only way to generate something like this. There is no observed data that we can use to project out 2 degrees, 3 degrees, 4 degrees, 5 degrees Celsius warming in the observed data set. So we have to use a physical model to simulate this. And the CAH is different in that respect, in that it is observed. It is meant to represent current conditions, and so we can use observations for that.
Mr. Schwartz, why didn't you consider SAC SMA to be a candidate to use to even check the streamflow predictions that you know, the streamflow curves, that runoff curves that you were getting from your model?
It's not as though we didn't consider it. We have a long section in the evaluation and adjustment of historical hydroclimate document that outlines how we looked at the 3 different hydrologic models and why we decided not to use them in this for this purpose. Hydrologic models need a lot of parameterization and calibration. It wasn't available for all of the data, all of the watersheds that CalSim covers. there were a number of reasons that are thoroughly documented in the report.
So let's go back to charge question to Herman's report. And let's on page 127 and our DDJ 127 and go to page 8, please. So respectfully, Mr. Schwartz, doesn't Mr. Herman say that in general, the impact of the adjustment on dry years should be examined more systematically, given how the DCR is used by stakeholders?
Ms. Desjardins, is there a particular section you're looking at that might help Mr. Schwartz?
It's at the bottom of the first paragraph at the top, and it says, in general, the impact of the adjustment on dry years should be, does it not say, in general, the impact of the adjustment on dry years should be examined more systematically, given how the DCR is used by stakeholders?
So this is, again, this is consistent with how we understand the climate to be changing, which is that wet years get wetter, wet events get wetter, and dry and dry years and dry conditions get hotter and drier. And so during a 5-year drought, this 1929 to 1934 period, it's a fairly long period, 5 years. You should expect, and the climate models suggest this, and other analysis suggests this, that even within these dry periods, you're going to get punctuated wet events. That's exactly what what this method is showing, is that those wet events are going to get wetter and everything else is going to get drier and dried out. Now, the impact that will have on how dry a drought is over that long 5-year period, it's still getting drier, but there will be punctuated events within these droughts. That's how we understand the climate system to respond. So I'm not, Dr. Herman made this comment. I don't think he truly understands how the water users use the DCR for their planning, but the drought gets longer, gets more severe and drier, irrespective of the fact that a single event within that drought may get bigger.
So I would like to go back to DDJ 73 because it does have an actual study of how the drought is changing. And DDJ 73, page 11. So using the dynamic scenario, the green change, you actually looked at 2-year, 5-year droughts, did you not? And showed how 5-year droughts change with the increased ridging frequency.
We talked about this in the last time you cross-examined me. This study was done as a what if you want to scroll down and read the disclaimer that we included in the study about how it should not be used for planning and it's not representative of what we think the future is. We should incorporate that again into the record, because this is it's not what you're representing it to be.
Okay, so Mr. Schwartz, where in this paper did you actually say that it's not to be used for planning?
I don't have it. I'd have to scroll through. You can look at the last time you cross-examined me, I pointed exactly to the page and line number when you brought up this same exact scenario and the evaluation of that scenario and the dynamic change.
I let's see. Okay, let's go to page 12, which specifically talks about use of this at the bottom, and we can scroll down. And what it actually states is that by developing thermodynamic and dynamic climate change scenarios separately, water managers are able to use the generated data from this work to systematically explore the sensitivity of their systems to various types of climate change. Do you see that?
Again, you're talking about a tool that we developed, and I would hope that you would actually be using this to commend DWR for their work on developing a tool where we can explore these things. But the fact remains that the science to support exactly these changes that you're suggesting is not ready, nor is CalSim able to ingest a synthetic time series generated by perturbing these metrics. So yes, we are working on this. We understand this is an important emerging part of the science that we want to be able to evaluate in the future. And the first step of that is having a tool that can generate these things for us. But there's a lot of work between that and being able to ingest it into CalSim and make those runs, and B, understand exactly how we want to turn those dials in a way that is supported by science. Those last two pieces are not yet available. So yes, these are important. Yes, we're working on it, but it's not relevant for this particular decision.
Mr. Schwartz, on the next statement, it states the results of such vulnerability analyses would then empower water managers to work more closely with the climate science community to understand the likelihood of climate futures that threaten the reliability of water services.
That's exactly what this is meant to do. So we still have to work with the climate science community to understand how we would want to turn those dials, how that dynamic climate change should be deployed in this method.
Mr. Schwartz, I would like to go back to your PowerPoint slide at this point. And particularly, can we go back to Mr. Schwartz's PowerPoint DWR 1408R and look at page 6 about what's included in the scenario? Mr. Schwartz, with respect to the climate adjusted hydrology, you in what's included, you say you are including any change in the atmosphere environment that is already having an observable impact on hydrology. So you're stating that the increased ridging is included in the climate adjusted hydrology, are you not? Implicitly.
I'm saying that we are looking at the observed hydrology, and we are looking at the most recent 30 years of that hydrology. If something, ridging, wildfire, whatever it is having an impact on hydrology, then necessarily the empirical data, the observations of measuring that hydrology will be showing that impact.
Mr. Schwartz, how can you take an average over periods when there was the 20th century probability of ridging. And that stream flow and say that and average that in and say this is what you can expect in the future.
That's not what we did. We
Objection.
didn't just take the
Objection,
averages.
vague and ambiguous as to periods, as to what you're averaging in. Lacks
I think
foundation and facts not in evidence.
you'll have to be more specific, Ms. Desjardins.
So Mr. Schwartz, in this PowerPoint, you specifically discuss averaging. You specifically discuss the calcium model as input to the calcium model and averaging over and creating a climate adjusted hydrology that you can average over. But your adjustment doesn't necessarily include ridging.
Objection, misstates testimony.
Mr. Schwartz, well, was there a question there, Ms. Desjardins? Was whether, how does he account for that?
Mr. Schwartz, are you, when you state this here, any change in the atmosphere is included, and you said it was the last 30 years, are you considering the previous 70 or so years and being clear that those don't necessarily include the emergent ridging?
I mean, what I'll say to that line of reasoning is that the CAH, which is well articulated and explained in this methodology, is much more than just averaging what the last 30 years did and trying to apply that to the earlier 70 years. We use a number of statistical distributions. We look for any significant trends in change over the entire record. If we see that the most recent 30 years has a significantly different signal in any element of the hydrology, so seasonal, annual, peak, variance, covariance, standard deviation. And then if we see that there is a statistically significant trend and that thing is changing, then we take these methods to adjust the earlier part of the record to try and reflect the statistical distribution of the last 30 years. So if ridging is having a significant impact on hydrology in the last 30 years, then that would be picked up. And that significant signal would be then applied back to the earlier 70 years of the record to make it reflect that what we're seeing in the more recent 30 years. It is not just a simple average.
Can we please bring up Dr. Loon's review of the climate adjusted hydrology exhibit DDJ 128?
Hearing officer would this be a good time for a quick break?
We can certainly take 5 minutes, Ms. Desjardins. Would this be a good time for you?
That's fine. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Let's take, we'll do 6 minutes. We'll come back at 3:55. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Looking to our court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Wonderful, thank you. Then I will look to, we have Mr. Schwartz, we have Ms. Carroll, and then I think once we have Ms. Desjardins, we can get started again. And there you are. Back to you, Ms. Desjardins.
Yeah, so, I would like to bring up, exhibit DDJ 128, which is Dr. Ruby Ling's letter. So Mr. Schwartz, again, you testified that the responses were to part 3 and part 4 for future work. However, can we go to page 5, please? Oh, let me Mr. Schwartz, this is the peer review of the climate adjusted hydrology by Dr. Ruby Ling, is it not?
Looks to be.
Okay, and so page 5 is charge question 1. Is this method an improvement over the use of unadjusted historical data for representing current climate conditions? Why or why not? Is that correct?
Looks like it. Yep.
And so let's go to page 8. So let's go scroll down to paragraph 2. So isn't she stating that more careful analysis is needed in the future to separate long-term anthropogenic trends from multi-decadal variability? And she is specifically cautioning about biasing the adjustment by the multi-decadal variability.
I mean, it does say in the future, so I take that to mean that it's not a fatal flaw with the methodology, but something that we could be working on to further improve the methodology.
Yeah. And doesn't she state that choosing the contemporary reference period of 30 years requires some thought?
I think we did include quite a bit of thought into the contemporary reference period of 30 years. And again, she's not really suggesting an alternative here, just suggesting that there may be other ways to do it, which I don't disagree with. But again, one has to come up with a full, there are things that we could do differently, but they would have to be tested to see whether they incorporate additional artifacts that we don't want. So for instance, shortening the contemporary period to 20 years would introduce different artifacts that may not be better. And no, she hasn't made that suggestion here, but maybe that's the implication. I'm not sure.
Mr. Schwartz, are you aware that there was a phase change in the IPO during your contemporary reference period around 1999, 98, 99?
I know that, yeah, Dr. Long pointed that out in her comments.
And did you not go from a wet period to a dry period?
Yes, and those shifts from wet to dry and back again have been a consistent feature of California's climate forever.
Mr. Schwartz, are you aware that a recent study found that shifts in the Pacific Decadal Oscillation since 1950 are anthropogenically forced?
Vague and ambiguous as to a recent study.
I have it in the record. It's referred to in my testimony.
Then we'll need to go there because Mr. Schwartz surely doesn't know what it is from that reference. I mean, from the description you gave just now.
Can we pull up DDJ 133?
And hearing officer Kinsey, maybe I can save some time. This is outside the scope if it's part of Ms. Desjardins' testimony.
It's a peer-reviewed paper, and Mr. Schwartz, have you seen this paper entitled "Human Emissions Drive Recent Trends in North Pacific Climate Variations"?
It looks vaguely familiar among, papers that I've read over the last couple of years. I'm not super familiar with it.
It is you, Mr. Schwartz, you testify that your method of variant averaging returns removes variability. Isn't the Pacific Decadal Oscillation a significant part of that variability?
Objection lacks foundation. Seems facts not in evidence.
I'll let Mr. Schwartz, if you can respond, if there's enough information there and you have an opinion, please.
Well, first of all, I just want to point out that we shifted almost imperceptibly from talking about the climate adjusted historical hydrology to now talking about future projection, the methodology we use on future projections and the variant averaging. So I just want to make sure that everybody recognizes that we're now talking about future projections and the methodology that we used for developing those future scenarios. Again, Mr. Desjardins is pointing to a single mechanism in a very complex atmosphere and how it may be driving future conditions. Understanding exactly what that mechanism is doing and how it will, change in the future is certainly beyond the scope of my expertise. What we have done is we have taken what the climate models tell us about the future evolution of the climate system. We depend on the climate model scientists and the people who develop those models, that those models are capturing these important changes in future evolution of the climate. When we have taken the variant averaging methodology, where we've done that to try to isolate true climate change signal from just the random noise, the variability of California's historical climate and its future climate. And so in that variant averaging, if the PDO or other mechanisms are getting stronger and that is having an impact on the overall variability, that will not be screened out. That will not be averaged out. It will come through. It should come through. If that climate model is saying that that's going to happen in the future, it will come through across all of the variations of that model. And so it will come through in the variant averaging.
Let's go to so Mr. Schwartz, actually first before that, let me say, are you aware that there is a bias adjustment and that what Clavins et al. Found was that the current generation of climate models doesn't adequately capture the forcing of the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, and they had to adjust. They looked at 70 climate models and they had to do a bias adjustment for it to properly capture that forcing.
That's not an evidence, it's a flat foundation.
It's right there. Do you want me to go to the page number?
Well, I mean, maybe I'll ask this first. Mr. Schwartz, are you familiar? And I know you said this probably crossed your view at some point, but are you familiar enough with this article to respond to Ms. Desjardins' question?
I'm not, and I mean, whole line of questioning. I just want to say we depend on the climate science community and the state climate community, which has selected this ensemble of climate models and said this is what the state should be using for the fifth climate change assessment and for planning. That's what we're using. If there are adjustments to that or bias corrections that Mr. Desjardins is suggesting that need to be done, it should be taken up with that community. And as soon as that is, put out for the rest of the community to use, we would ingest that as well.
So I would like to go to exhibit DWR 1400, page 24. And scroll down to the bottom of page 24. So you state, Mr. Lucas has suggested that DWR's method of variant averaging unduly compresses the plausible climate uncertainty space. DWR disagrees. This step is absolutely necessary to avoid incorporating too much natural climate variability into our climate change factors that will ultimately be applied to the historical record of natural variability. Let's go further. So you say essentially we need to disentangle the noise to understand the signal given the amount of natural variability. So this is your core expert disagreement with Mr. Lucas, is it not? That you believe that you need to do variant averaging to disentangle the noise to understand the signal.
Yes, for the methodology that we're using, which is to apply it back onto the historical natural variability, I do believe that it is necessary to take significant effort to disentangle those two, the signal from the noise.
Mr. Schwartz, if you don't understand research on forcing of the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, how can you make this judgment about what's signal and what's noise?
Well, we can look across the entire ensemble of global climate models and understand what they are saying and how this is the important new addition that CMIP 6 and the initial conditions runs give us that we've never had before and didn't have in CMIP 5, right? It is the same model, the same climate model run with the same emission scenarios. And the only difference is a tiny little adjustment in the initial conditions that are used to spin up this model. And so what we understand about these climate runs, these projections, is the only difference between them is noise, is interannual variability. They are different representations of the natural variability that the system can produce. Now, if the PDO or some other factor is having a climate-driven impact on that natural variability, then all of those runs, so if there's 3 initial conditions runs, all of those initial conditions runs should have some signal of that change in the natural variability, and then it wouldn't get filtered out. But if it's just the natural variability, and we know that California has climate variability unlike any place in the country, that it's important that we don't double count that with the natural variability that we're taking from the historical record. It's also like, I mean, we just have to look at the output of the run. We are generating so even if you don't like my explanation there and you say, well, that we shouldn't be taking any interannual variability out, fine. Compare the output that we get from our LOC 95 run to the droughts that you get and the variability that you're seeing in all of the climate model runs that I compared to. And they don't produce a more severe drought. They don't, that PDO change doesn't drive those to produce more severe droughts than what we've represented. And so it's maybe besides the point.
Mr. Schwartz, I did want to go to figure 3 on page 4 of DDJ 73. And that is the stretching of the precipitation distribution. That let's go to page 4. It should say page, scroll down. So there we go. So Mr. Schwartz, let's look at this graph. So this is the precipitation adjustment that you were doing through the weather generator, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
And so what you're doing essentially from the 1991 to the reference period, I think it's 2021, that you're deriving how you believe the precipitation is changing. You're doing it individually for each year, but you're deriving a representation of how precipitation is changing, and it's getting wetter at the wet end and drier at the dry end. Is that correct?
No, not exactly. So this is taking the historical meteorology, and so temperature and precipitation signal, and then running it through. So for the entire period, 1915 through 2018, that would be the black dots, averaged over some area. And then we can turn up the warming. And if we use a 7% Clausius-Clapeyron scaling, that will stretch this distribution in the way that the science suggests would happen with a warming climate, of a thermodynamic change in a warming climate. So that's correct that if you see the top of that blue line is much higher than the black and the red, which is the historical, meaning you get these much bigger events at the 99th percentile and above. And assuming that precipitation doesn't change on average, that additional precipitation that comes in the biggest events needs to come out of somewhere. And so that's where it's coming out of these drier, more frequent events. And that's the blue line falling below that red line in the earlier part of the distribution. So it's not just the last 30 years, it's over the entire sequence.
So you're deriving the scaling factor, and I apologize, you're deriving the scaling factor from the CMIP 6 variant average CMIP 6 models, and then you're scaling this uniformly by -1 to have a -1.8% average reduction in precipitation. Are you not?
Well, we're parameterized. The 7% Clausius-Clapeyron scaling is parameterized across all of our projections. We did do 0% scaling and 14% scaling and looked at the differences between those. But
Mr. Schwartz, I need to interrupt you. I'm asking very specific questions. I need a response just to that specific question, which is, how is the scaling? The 95th percentile is a -1.8%
Yep.
mean precipitation. And how is that scale this curve?
Objection outside of the scope relevance.
This is how, respectfully, this is how the variability is added in.
Make
Is
it
this-
ambiguous as to add it in.
Well, this is specifically related to Mr. Schwartz's rebuttal?
Yes.
I mean, in his discussion of variability. Okay.
Yes, this is how they're this is specifically, Mr. Schwartz, is this curve not how the historical precipitation is scaled?
It is generally how the historical precipitation is scaled. And then if the additional knob is turned, and as we have in the LOC 95 scenario, to -1.8, then 1.8% of average precipitation would have to come out of this red line as you scale that blue to get to that blue line. It would have to get drier overall. You're still getting the largest events, the 95th percentile, getting bigger, but then additional water has to come out everywhere else to get down to that average of being 1.8% drier.
So, Mr. Schwartz, looking at this graph, which is how precipitation is scaled, you're dialing this with a single knob. You scale all the precipitation uniformly down by 1.8%. And this is for how does this incorporate this just incorporates thermodynamic. This is just a simple model of how thermodynamic changes of precipitation happen, correct?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
So your 95th percentile really only considers thermodynamic changes to precipitation because it only uses this thermodynamically derived curve, does it not?
Well, that's not true, I think, because where does the -1.8% change in precipitation come from then? That could be associated with dynamical downscaling or dynamical climate change, or some other factor that we're getting from the climate model suggesting that we could see this average change. So that may be coming from PDO, that may be coming from some other dynamical change, increase in ridging, whatever. We're taking that as a signal from the models and incorporating that drying out to get to these more severe drought conditions that we could experience. Again, we're not trying to specifically model every single mechanism and how that
Mr.
would
Schwartz, I need to
move
object.
its way through the model.
Yeah, that's, I know you want to make more points. You did in your direct. So, Mr. Schwartz, the this thermodynamic precipitation curve is applied uniformly over every dry year and every wet year. Is it not? Whatever the scaling that you derive.
Well, it's clearly not uniform. You can see how that it's dynamic across that full distribution of years. So wet years, the wettest events are going to get wetter, and the driest events are going to get drier, and everything in between is going to have its own scale to it.
But this is applied. This would not generate increased length of droughts. Necessarily, would it? It would not generate increased sequences of dry years, would it?
I think it will generate drier conditions that for the 99% of that distribution where events are getting drier, it will shift those conditions to drier conditions that will look like drought. And the additive impact of that may increase the length of dry periods in our record. But definitely it is increasing the severity of those drought periods, even if they're not getting longer. But they should get longer as well.
So this produces an increase in the severity of the historic drought periods. Would that be correct?
Yes.
But it doesn't necessarily change the length of it doesn't change the length of those drought periods.
Well, I think if you
change the sequence of dry years that you see.
Objection asked and answered.
Please, Mr. Schwartz, if you can clarify.
Well, you can see that 99% of that distribution is getting drier. So a lot of events and dry days are getting drier. A drought is just an aggregation of dry days into a period that is below normal, or however we're defining a drought. So if you're drying out most of the days, then yeah, when you aggregate them back up together, you're going to end up with some longer periods that are drier than how you define the drought previously. The signal is still going to look a lot like that historical sequence of wet and dry years, but it will overall produce drier conditions that additively contribute to historical drought. So they get more extreme and they get slightly more days added to each of them.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my cross-examination. And the hearing officer believes a sigh of relief.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. And thank you, Mr. Schwartz. We are looking at 424. I think left on our list of parties who may have questions for Mr. Schwartz is both CWIN, so Mr. Moore, I believe, and we have written down the SOMAC firm and on behalf of their various clients. So, and I see neither here now, but also it's been a long day. Oh no, I didn't look in the right room. Here we are. We have Ms. Tabor. So let's please elevate Ms. Tabor. And my question for you, Ms. Tabor, is should we go ahead and get started? I know it may make sense to keep us on a roll. Ms. Tabor.
Good
Welcome.
afternoon, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I apologize. While I was being elevated, the volume cut out, so I missed your last
Sure,
question.
that happens. Yeah, you have to cut on. Which my question was, I'm inclined to get started because I'm always worried about time, but if I'm open for a good argument if you didn't want to get started late in the day.
You're tempting me here. I'm good to go. I have, but I'm not sure that I could finish. I just, so it's really, if Mr. Swartz is feeling like he's had enough, I'm willing to defer to the 31st. But I do have 30-ish questions. Very few of them call for an open-ended answer. I just don't know, based on the other time estimates, I'd sort of defer to Ms. Carroll if she's concerned about the schedule on the other days.
I'm concerned about schedule, so going forward works for me.
Let's go ahead and get started. All right, we'll stop dithering around here.
I know everyone was hopeful, but
Mr. Reese is probably thinking, well, why did I have to go late on a Friday?
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and get started. Thank you, Ms. Tabor.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Schwartz. I'm Kelly Tabor. I'm here on behalf of the Delta Public Water Agency parties. Thank you for sticking with us to answer my questions. If we could please bring up DWR 1400 and scroll to page 4, line 5. Actually, I'm sorry, let's scroll to page 6. I'm going to shorten my cross even more. And if we could go to page 6, and there we go, that's good. Thank you. Okay. On lines 7 through 9, you state Dr. Paulson discounts the values of DWR's 2085 scenarios, 1.8 and 3.5 feet sea level rise increments, because DWR did not run DSM-2 under those further out more uncertain conditions. Do you agree that DWR did not run DSM-2 scenarios for the 2085 climate conditions with 1.8 and 3.5 feet of sea level rise?
I think that's correct, although there is a 1.8 foot sea level rise run with the 2040 climate that was done as part of the EIR. So there is a 1.8 foot sea level rise DSM-2 run, but this statement is correct. We didn't run it for the 2085 scenarios.
Thank you. And am I correct that 0.8 feet sea level rise for the 2040 final EIR scenario did not evaluate the DCP ITP operations?
That would be a question more appropriately asked of Mr. Singh. I'm not 100% sure about that.
Okay. Aside from the difference in the modeled sea level rise, was the final EIR 2040 climate condition different from the climate adjusted hydrology that DWR subsequently used in the updated baseline and the 2043 model scenarios?
I think that there are other differences, yes, in the hydrology that was inputted there. That's a different methodology to develop those.
Okay. Do you know what that different methodology is?
I mean, you'd have to be more specific. There's a lot of differences in those, and yeah, you'd have to be more specific.
Well, I just was wondering if you could describe how the methodology was different in the 2043 runs to adjust for future climate conditions compared to the 2020 climate condition.
So the 2020 historical condition was based on actual historical hydrology that was not adjusted for climate that we've seen that is described in the CAH. So that's one difference, is the baseline is a little bit different. And then the 2040 future hydrology that had 1.8 foot of sea level rise was based on climate signals extracted from the CMIP5 vintage of models, and I believe it's a median condition. So there's the hydrology is slightly different and would represent kind of a mid-century hydrology.
Okay.
And
sorry, keep going.
I think we've talked a lot today about how the 2043 and 2085 scenarios were developed. So
Sure.
maybe I don't
Okay.
need to.
I apologize. I have not been able to listen all day, so I'll check the transcript. Did the FEIR 2040 model scenario have higher or lower annual RIM inflows compared to the historical record?
I believe it had slightly higher annual RIM inflows.
That is my understanding as well. And I do have if we need to go back to it, I do have
which is consistent with the 2043 scenarios and the 2085 50th percentile scenarios. This is the general consensus of the global climate model ensemble, is that the rim reservoirs, rim watersheds would get slightly wetter under future climate conditions.
Okay, so that I think that answers my next question, or in part. Does that mean the final EIR 2040 model scenario assumed a wetter future hydrology with higher inflows to the delta?
Objection outside of scope of sir rebuttal testimony.
Will you tie us back, Ms. Tabor, please?
Yes. Mr. Schwartz's testimony raises questions about Dr. Paulson's critique related to whether a future climate hydrology was considered by DWR, and these questions are aimed at that.
Let's go ahead and go forward. You may have to ask the question again, please.
Yes, does this mean that the final EIR 2040 model scenario assumed a wetter future hydrology with higher inflows to the delta?
Well, I didn't testify to anything about the conditions that the 2040 scenario represented in my sir rebuttal. It certainly represents a future condition at 2040.
Okay. Did the climate adjusted hydrology modeling, and this I'm referring to the updated baseline and the 2043 CC50 and 95 model scenarios, also include annual increases to RIM inflows?
So the 2043 95th percentile level of concern has lower inflows to rim reservoirs. The 2085 75th percentile also has lower inflows to rim reservoirs. The 2043 50 percentile, I believe they may have slight increases in total annual, but the seasonal runoff change is all negative. So there's all less April to July runoff into the reservoirs in all four of the conditions.
Okay, thank you. Did the final EIR 2040 scenario with 1.8 feet of sea level rise include the ITP operational criteria?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Sure. Did the FEIR 2040 scenario with 1.8 feet of sea level rise include the DCP ITP operational criteria?
I think you asked me that a minute ago, and I think Mr. Singh would be the right person to ask. I'm not an expert on all of the operational conditions that were paired with the climate assumptions.
Okay, fair. Looking back to your testimony, if you need to refer to it on page 6, if we could scroll down, please, just so we can see lines 15 through 17. Thank you. Here you state that the OPC's newest guidance describes 1.8 feet of sea level rise as an intermediate level of sea level rise by 2085, correct?
Intermediate by 2085. Yes.
Okay. And just above that on lines 12 through 14, you state that the 1.0 foot sea level rise scenario provides an evaluation of the highest expected sea levels after 2045 or an intermediate level of sea level rise by 2055.
Correct.
What do you mean when you say that 1.0 feet of sea level rise is the quote highest expected after 2045?
So what I mean by that is that we would not expect to see 1 foot of sea level rise until after 2045 at the highest risk category. So if we go to back to my testimony, my slides, if you could go to my slides. Okay.
Well, we might be able to save some time if I just asking you, is it more correct to, or would you have intended to say by 2045 instead of after 2045?
Yeah, but you're probably right. I should have said by 2045.
Okay, thank you. Because I think we could save some time because in your figure 2 number, the levels get higher. Okay.
Right.
All right, thank you. So let's scroll down, please, to pages 7 to 8. And I don't.
There it is. That's the figure I was looking for.
Okay. So do you want a moment to look at it, or are you comfortable with your answer?
No, that's what I mean, that it would be 1 foot we would not expect under the highest risk scenario to occur before 2045 or so.
Okay, thank you. You referenced Dr. Paulson's opinion 10 as it's described in DPWA 43 at pages 39 to 40. Do you agree that Dr. Paulson's opinion 10 was discussing the updated baseline or the climate adjusted hydrology?
This is what is confusing about her testimony here and in rebuttal and in cross-examination is she talks about it as the updated baseline, but then proceeds to criticize it for not including impacts that would occur out into the future. And a baseline would not include future impacts. It would be kind of a look at what the current situation is. And so I think that's where this confusion comes in.
Okay. You may not be able to answer this question, but let me try. Do you agree that in her opinion 10, Dr. Paulson was clarifying points made previously in her case in chief testimony, DPWA 4, that the climate adjusted hydrology only applied to, quote, changes observed to date and not to future changes?
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, we can bring up that her rebuttal testimony if it would be helpful.
Would it be helpful, Mr. Schwartz, to bring that up?
I think so.
Okay, I'm referring to DPWA 43. I guess it would be, I believe it's C. It shouldn't have changed the numbering. and specifically to DPWA 43C, page 39, line 17.
Yeah, so she says, I should have excluded the word future from this sentence. But then she says, based on, and fail to include future impacts. So this is what's so confusing about it. So she says she should have excluded the word future, but then she goes right back to talking about how it should have included future impacts.
Right.
So that's where I get lost by the testimony.
Okay. Did you understand that at the time, Dr. Paulson, this is her rebuttal, referring to DWR's rebuttal. Did you understand at that time she had prepared her case in chief testimony, DPWA 4, in July 2025, that DWR had not prepared or presented results at that time from its 2043 or 2085 climate scenarios?
I do understand that those were not available at the time, although there still was sea level rise analysis that would cover the future operational period, as there was also climate change analysis, although less broad than what we've now provided, but it was available.
Okay. Did DWR update the delta channel depletion calculation, which simulates diversions and consumptive use inside the delta in DSM-2 for the 2043 future climate scenario?
That's a Mr. Singh question as well. That's a level of operational modeling detail that I can't answer.
Okay. Do you know if DWR changed its DSM-2 model computations of in-delta consumptive use to account for higher future evapotranspiration that will occur as a result of climate change?
Objection outside the scope.
Mr. Schwartz does say on page 7 of his testimony, Dr. Paulson's correct that future changes in hydrology, such as increasing evapotranspiration, should be evaluated and considered when evaluating a project like the DCP. However, those types of changes are reflected in the future climate scenarios, and he cites 2043 LOC 50, 2043 LOC 95. And I'm just trying to understand what those types of changes that are reflected in future climate scenarios are that he testified about.
All right. Please, Mr. Schwartz, do you need the question again?
Yes, please.
Okay. With reference to your statement that I just read about the future changes in hydrology, such as increasing evapotranspiration being reflected in the future climate scenarios, did DWR update its DSM-2 model computations of in-delta consumptive use to account for higher future evapotranspiration that will occur as a result of climate change?
I do not know the answer to the specific calculations in DSM-2, whether those were updated.
Okay. Do you know if changes were made, but you just don't know the specific degree to which they were changed?
I mean, evapotranspiration changes are definitely incorporated throughout the rest of the model of the calcium domain of watersheds. I just don't have the granularity of modeling expertise on the DSM-2 part of the model run. I focused on the assumptions that were used to drive calcium 2 and calcium 3, and I'm not sure exactly how those were incorporated into DSM-2.
Okay. So what is the basis for when you describe those types of changes are reflected in future climate scenarios, are you referring to the calcium modeling?
Yes, I'm referring to the calcium modeling and the assumptions that are used to drive all of the rim watershed inflows.
Okay.
And internal valley watersheds.
Thank you. So for the 2085 scenarios, what changes were made to the operational rules within calcium 3?
Objection outside the scope. This is a very detailed calcium modeling question, not a climate change question or about what climate change assumptions were fed into the model, and is clearly outside the scope of this witness's Sir rebuttal.
It does seem like that. Also, Mr. Schwartz, are you going to say that we should ask Mr. Singh? I mean, that may be the, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but do you have knowledge
or Mr. Fitzhugh? Yeah, it's not me.
Well, it seems like we jumped the gun in dismissing those witnesses then, because his testimony does specifically say those types of changes are reflected in the future climate scenarios, and he specifically referenced his familiarity, at least to some degree, with calcium 3 just a moment ago. So I'm trying to
I don't think I've represented that there are operational changes that are incorporated in any of my testimony.
Okay.
Correct. And just for the record, we did try to have Mr. Schwartz on the panel, but due to all the scheduling conflicts that the protestants had, we had to split this panel up.
Are you aware, Mr. Schwartz, of any of the changes that were made in the 2085 scenarios to reflect changes in hydrology?
To reflect changes in hydrology?
Future changes in hydrology, as you referenced in your testimony.
Yeah, that was the focus of all of my testimony. You'd have to be more specific.
But you personally don't have any knowledge of any changes made to operational rules in calcium 3?
Yeah, operational rules are separate from the input hydrology that is used to drive the calcium model.
Okay. Did the 2085 calcium 3 model scenarios follow the ITP operations rules?
Again, that's a Mr. Singh question.
And I'll skip ahead because I don't think you're going to be able to answer the questions I have. Let's go please to page 13 of the test BWR 1400, the Sir rebuttal testimony. Great, thank you. If we could scroll down a little bit, thank you, so we can see table 2. So here you present table 2, DCP benefits to the state water project with climate change scenarios. Did you obtain the numbers in this table from Dr. Paulson's exhibit DPWA 44C, or it could have been 44 at the time, figure 16, if you recall?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And how did you calculate the percent increase or benefit in this table?
It should be the North Delta diversion divided by the banks plus North Delta diversion.
Okay, thank you. Did you evaluate the DCP benefits for the 2085 scenario as well? Scenarios, sorry, plural.
I did not. Again, I kind of pulled this directly from Dr. Paulson's testimony to rebut specifically what she had raised.
Okay, thank you.
And she did not raise the 2085 question, so I didn't rebut that.
If we could please bring up the PWA 44C. And let's advance to PDF page 58, please. And scroll down, please, so we can see figure 16. Thank you. So for the CC50 2085 scenarios, if you can direct your attention to the figure, the baseline no project state water project exports would be 2.12 million acre feet per year, according to this figure, correct?
Yep, that's what it looks like.
Okay. And for the CC50 2085 DCP ITP scenario, the total state water project exports would be 2.04 million acre feet from banks plus 0.44 million acre feet from the North Delta diversion, which would be 2.48 million acre feet per year, correct?
I think that's right.
Okay. So for the 2085 CC50 scenario, dividing 2.48 million acre feet per year by 2.12 million acre feet per year would be 1.17, which is a 17% increase in state water project exports, correct?
Let me just
Objection
confirm.
outside the scope.
I'm thinking about where we are.
I have
Where
about
are we
5
going, Ms.
questions
Tabor?
left, and he could, doesn't want to do the math on the spot. He could check it later, but
Yeah, 17, I get 1.77, so about 18%.
okay.
But Ms. Tabor, where are we? How does this relate to the SIR rebuttal, please?
This goes to the question of the benefit of the state water project under the future climate scenarios, which is described in his testimony as being consistent in the future scenarios.
Okay. Please.
We can
Go ahead.
finish by 5 if I can keep going here. So would you agree then that I calculated 17, it sounds like you calculated 18% increase for the CC50 2085 scenarios is less than the 19% and the 21% increases that you calculated for the 2020 and 2043 scenarios in your table 2?
It's about 1% less, yep.
Okay. Did the 2085 scenarios that were modeled in Calcium 3 use ITP operations?
Austin answered outside the scope.
I'll allow, please, Mr. Schwartz.
That would be a question for Mr. Singh.
Okay.
I'm not an expert on the operations that were paired with these.
Okay. Do you know whether the CC50 2085 scenarios included the use of TUCPs?
Same objection.
Please, Mr. Schwartz.
Be more appropriately asked of Mr. Singh.
Okay. So let's go back then to your testimony, to your table 2. And I think there we are. Great. So looking also at your table 2, it looks like the exports from banks decrease with the DCP compared to the no project or baseline conditions under each climate scenario. Is that correct?
The diversions
exports,
from banks
yes,
are less than what they are under the baseline in each condition. Yes, that's correct.
Last question. Does this mean that some amount of water that would normally have been exported by the State Water Project from the South Delta in the baseline conditions is being shifted to the North Delta with the DCP operations?
This is again an operational question that I'm inclined. I think Mr. Singh would be better. I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't want to like look like I'm evasive here. The number is smaller than the other number, but I just don't know what all is embedded in that number. That is outside the scope of my expertise.
Okay, fair enough. Those are complete my questions. Thank you for answering them.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. We have 5 minutes to wrap up here and prep ourselves for when we meet again in a week on August 31st. As far as I know, we still need to have Mr. Schwartz possibly because we didn't hear from CWIN, although I don't know. So I don't know if you've heard something in the background, Ms. Carroll, but otherwise I would ask if we can get some clarification from CWIN whether there are more questions for Mr. Schwartz. And then we can go from there. And then I would look to you, of course, whether there are redirect questions. We can, based on that back and forth, maybe, I don't know, it could be that we could start with Mr. Schwartz and get him done quickly, or do we want to start with, I know you indicated starting with Mr. Sunding because he's only available in the morning. And then also we want to make sure we get through Dr. Priest. So the question is, do we get to Mr. Schwartz first or at the end, or we can decide on the fly? I don't know if you have an opinion, Ms. Carroll.
So I haven't heard from Mr. Moore, but I thought that Ms. Meserve earlier said that Mr. Moore had conflicts and was not going to be asking questions, but maybe I misunderstood that.
I believe that was the prior panel, but I don't know if that included Mr. Schwartz or not.
Yeah, that was where I was unclear.
Yeah, exactly.
But we do need to get through Mr. Sunding and Dr. Priest. So I would suggest that Mr. Schwartz maybe come back at 2:30 p.m. if we have to. But if Ms. Meserve knows whether or not Mr. Morris has questions, then.
And we may be able to resolve this by email in the background in the meantime. So I will ask, for those who are in contact with Mr. Moore, we would like to know if he has additional questions for Mr. Schwartz, then you, Ms. Carroll, and your team can decide whether you have redirect or not. If you don't, then I will thank Mr. Schwartz from afar for his testimony, and there would be no need to recall him. And we can save that time there. But otherwise,
Yeah, I can tell you as right now, we do not have redirect.
Okay, all right. Ms. Desjardins, did you quickly want to jump in?
Yeah, as much as I sympathize with Andrew Schwartz about not wanting to come back and get raked over the coals more. I did want to say, part of CWIN's cases on climate change, and Mr. Moore did have a irreconcilable conflict today, but that doesn't mean he has it on the next hearing day, and I think we should allow him the opportunity to do cross if he can.
Certainly, yes. I'm just looking for clarification as to whether he has cross-examination questions or not.
I texted him, but
Great.
haven't heard back.
And I think we can do this in the background, but otherwise, if Mr. Schwartz is recalled, we'll plan to bring him up later in the day. So sounds like after Dr. Priest. So we'll go from there. Are there any other questions about schedule that we need to resolve at this time in our next 2 minutes? Then good work. Thank you. Thank you all for your efficiency, and I will see you in a week. We're adjourned.